Honorable members, we have quorum. Ask the member to lead us in prayer.
Mr. Guri Guri. Irawa my lawyer bara. Aina o imam karam. Tauni mamai ibo mai tano bara ya nom. Dai nagabuna ya nom. Irawa lawyer bara inada bai. Amehe gogo ina tano bara Papua New Guinea. Herewana bai gwaulai. Anoi mu e muaonega sisiba bahini mai e hina hebo lalo nai erewa namodia lalo adai namodia baya gaurai e mai tanubara Papua New Guinea tanma idoi nai e dia namo dai nai. Let us all recite the Lord's Prayer. Our Father,
Honorable members, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery of 50 students undertaking their diploma in public administration, batch 1, at the Somare Institute of Leadership and Governance of National Capital District, and civil society representative, interested citizens, and school students who advocate on gender equality in the National Capital District. On behalf of the National Parliament, I extend the visitors a warm welcome. Clerk, any petitions? Notices? Clerk?
The Minister for Treasury gives notice that is present for Act 2A, modernize and simplify the law relating to income tax, and B, repeal and replace the Income Tax Act 1959 and for related purposes.
Honorable members, question time. The Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question below me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by the Law Treasurer below me, money block country. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last week we had the Minister for International Trade and Investment, Honorable Richard Maru, speak about stopping loans and his party stand on loans come 2027. Again, Mr. Speaker, we hear from the Minister of Commerce of the need to continue borrowing more, even up to 50 billion if required. Mr. Speaker, we know that our borrowings are somewhat unprecedentedly high and still more to come. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my question to the Minister are as follows. Your government's official portion in terms of borrowings and more loans? Number two, Mr. Speaker, what is your cabinet's portion in terms of loans since PNG's hearing contrasting views in their honorable house from two very senior ministers. It is sickening, Mr. Speaker, and deplorable to see two very senior ministers with opposing views and opinions when it comes to a very important component of the government's policy of funding the national budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his very timely question on the government's policy position on borrowings loans since we've been in office for about 5.5 years, and his question also on Cabinet's position on what he interprets as policy conflicts between two Cabinet ministers. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I note the overall concerns that have been raised in this House over the years and by our people on loans taken by our government. But again, and as I've explained in the past, looking at loans simply as a number is not sufficient. That's not the way we should be assessing the performance of government, but looking at loans as should be the way that we look at loans. That's really important. That's really, really important. Firstly, just a quick background before I touch that question. Our national debt peaks in 2026. It's all there for all of us to see in our 13-year plan. It peaks at 2026, and then from 2027, when we meet that all-important target of budget, then for the next 7 years, from 2027 until 2034, that's when we'll start reducing debt very aggressively and then give the government of the day the option for a debt-free sovereign. Another important point with the way in which we've been managing debt, our policy on debt and loans, I'll touch loans first, is to continue with replacing expensive commercial loans that was a feature of the previous government with interest rates as high as 8 to 9%. Since we've come in, we've replaced those loans by cheap concessional funding at about 2 to 3%. Though this year, rates means that we're now paying around 4 and a touch under 5%. So with the loans we take, Mr. Speaker, you know, it's not easy to get a loan. You need to demonstrate the ability to repay that loan, and that's what we've done. The loans we get as a country are large, very, very large numbers, and so it's equally difficult to raise those funds. But the main point is that we can demonstrate we have a clear pathway to continue reducing debt, and that's what we have. That's what we have. We reduce our debt by about 1%. Our deficit is a share of our economy or deficit or GDP. We reduce that at about 1% a year, or 1 billion kina. So we're doing that pretty well. We're on target. So that's on repaying some of those and the policy on our borrowings. So the third important point I wanted to share with our policy on loans and borrowings is that whilst debt might and will peak next year in 2026. What's important since we've come into government is that loans shouldn't be seen on their own, but as a share of GDP. It's actually reducing. It's actually reducing. So if we refer back to our 5-year medium-term fiscal framework, we'll see that debt as a share of our economy this year projected at 47.9%, far below the FRA limit, which originally was changed to 60%, but in the last 2 years we've reduced that by about 2.5% per annum. So this year, 47.9, when debt peaks next year, as a share of our economy actually drops to 45%, 2027, 41.5%, the year in which we're targeting a budget surplus, all the way until 2034. On Cabinet's position, on the views of different ministers, that's a question that we'll need to ask Cabinet, and Cabinet can give its views as and when it's appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a supplementary. Deputy Opposition Leader.
Deputy Speaker, just a supplementary to the good treasurer. The Financial Action Task Force regulates compliance to money laundering, to illicit transactions overseas. The IMF has recently that the Treasury and this government has failed to comply and conform to their requirements, thus risking putting us on the grey list. Can you confirm what your plans are to get your house in order and get us off this danger of being on the grey list? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Opposition Leader, I'll take your question as a new question, not supplementary. The question has already been asked, so I'll ask the Treasurer to.
Mr. Speaker. It's in relation to the debt management by the government.
I allow the Minister. The Minister will respond to your question. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's such an important question. I'll ask him to shoot the questions over to me, and I'll give him a very detailed response that he deserves. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bulolo.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Good plan looking you again, Lucia. Thank you.
Honorable Member address the Chair's Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, correction. Thank you. Question Lumilo, National Planning Minister, but I'm now come. I think I'm right. We can ask him, Prime Minister.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As that's on me go district come back lik ask him well people like Sawe Longem lo update lo. Wafi, since me ask him Prime Minister, me put him la question to you side so me can give really update lo people lo email lo place lo Sawe update Wafi one time by something ikirap. First question. Second question am alright we can talk him National Planning Minister lo all update lo IDG. Inap mi pla okay lo antap level we can come straight lo district. Mi pla like mo sem straight lo Waigani go straight lo district. So samla time mi go lo province with respect to my gawan mi pla no sa kisim lo IDG lo bla. O sem before straight lo IDG plus sawe o sem isla. On pla meeting house lo late sem basil lo one me DCA lo lay. Samla bla I think Deputy Blongem been Honorable Kobe Bomario at that time. Now been passing on the talk of some IDG but must come up. And now I come some up now, me plenty district Lomoroba, me plan no kisim isla IDG. So I think isla update him be like him Prime Minister lo. Asore me plan lo Morobe or some me plan can kisim isla IDG straight from Waigani or Nogat. Thank you.
The Honorable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Deputy Speaker.
looks how you can see again this morning. I want to acknowledge, firstly, we have a full public gallery, mostly of our sisters, our mothers, and our daughters, students who are also here. Let me acknowledge them for being in our session this morning. There's an important session coming up after question time that is on women issues. So I look forward to their presence and participation as members of Parliament deliberate on this important point. Hello, question belong Vice Minister belong mining, member belong Bululo. Pass them through long Wafi Golpu. Let me inform this House. We almost there. We're almost there in as far as the mine development contract is concerned. Mine development contract precedes issuance of SML. Mine development contract really is the contract between the state for benefit to Papua New Guinea beneficiaries and our investors. And so we have had many exchanges back and forth. The structure of the agreement since we took office is always premised on the major principle that PNG beneficiaries take 50% and above, and our investors take below 55%. No secret, my government, since we took office, wants to grow economy. And our major projects is the easiest low-hanging fruit in which we gain on the upside to grow our economy. And so Wafi Golpu, we have been in discussion and exchange has been going back and forth. Investors too want to make a return on investment. And so they too are defensive in their positions. State too are defensive in our positions. We're now down to only three major issues. And again, it premises around in the life of this project, it is going to be a 40-year mine license that we will issue. We cannot bring an MDC that doesn't give us that 55% and above we want. And that MDC drives UKSIM past the mine development contract, put in Pinis, then by UKSIM mine development SML. So, me like back in question long Vice Minister, also member belong project area long Wafi. Also, I'm close to through. We almost there. My direction to our state negotiating team to conclude this at the earliest. Three issues that are outstanding. There's a letter for me. That go to not the negotiating team, but to the chief executive officer, especially Harmony and Newmont, that we will not compromise on the three key outstanding issues that will ensure we receive 55% of. And so it has been stressful, but I want to remind our country too. You look at Lihir today as a case in point. Lihir, in as much as I argue that they don't pay much corporate tax, despite gold price going past $3,000 an ounce. But of rule of law, country that respects agreement, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we cannot break an agreement that was signed in 1997 until the lease period. And lease period will expire in 2035, if I'm not wrong. And so, in that context, my mine development contract that doesn't return to my country, the returns I expect for a mine that will run 40 years from the moment it is signed. And so, I want to apologize to the people of immediate areas of Wafi Golpu, and also to the district and to Morobe and to the country. But we will get there. I want this to be part of our September 16th announced projects in the better benefit sharing agreement that this government is known for. 62% for the agreement we've signed for Pinyang. LNG, we've secured above 70% for the solar condensate project we've signed called Pasca in Gulf. And for Wafi Golpu, different projects has their own variables. It is a mining project.
Like Pogra, we've secured about 53%. For Wafi Golpu, we are putting at 55% total benefit the state must get. And so I want to apologize for the delay. It's better a little bit of delay than signing into a project that will not give maximum return to our country, including our landowners. So I want to the leadership at Morobe, the leadership at the district, and the leadership at the landowners. As Parliament rises, if not April, sometimes in April, hopefully the last three issues are sorted out between state negotiating team and the two investing partners, and we should come to a community benefit sharing agreement occasion with landowners and the provincial government. This leads to the issue on IDG. IDG is technically a government grant to support infrastructure at the project areas and the project area district and the project area province in preparation to be host of an important resource project development. It was a precedent established by PNG LNG under the National Alliance-led government for PNG LNG, and my government continues the precedent. We want to make sure that the project areas infrastructure ready, our landowners are ready, our province is ready for these projects to come in. And also in the process, build the infrastructures, get the local businesses up and running, ready to participate in the mine construction and mine development itself. I want to inform this House, since we started IDG for Morobe, whilst budget have been at 100 million every year, we may not have fully remitted the entire 100 million every year as we budgeted for, but over 100 million kina all in all has also equally gone to province and to allow for the disbursements, and it's started not under only the present provincial administration but also the previous. I will reconcile exactly how much money we've transferred to the provincial government. I believe the provincial government is a good provincial government. They have a system in place there to assist the landowners concerned and assist the districts concerned. I would want to ask the member if I could reconcile exactly how much has been remitted from Waigani to the province, and I will ask if the Morobe provincial leaders sit together with myself and the planning and mining department as we reconcile on what must be done. Key and importantly, by now the road to the Wafi Golpu project areas, hopefully the road have been done up. There should be some power line being pulled through for the funds that we've transferred. These are funds meant for infrastructures in the project area firstly and foremost, and then the project area districts, and of course, rest of the province. It's called labeled infrastructure development grant. It is meant for infrastructure, nothing more, nothing less. In the process, they could incubate some businesses who will be participating in this grant. That for us should indicate that our government is committed to this project. Even before first construction dollar is spent by the two lead investors, Harmony and Newmont, our own government has put down fund for this project to prepare landowners and the province for participating. This year we have again allocated 100 million in this year's budget, and the community benefit agreement should grant the disbursement. And so I would ask all leaders, including the Vice Minister and the member for Bulolo, all Morobe provincial leaders, when the community development agreement is called in lay, the agreement can detail exactly where the distribution ratio is and where we should invest this infrastructure fund to key roads, school, electrification, health facilities in the project areas in the districts concerned, so that they could be living as landowners and people in a major project area. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I look forward to meeting the leaders of Morobe in this important matter for IDG, but more importantly, us progressing the project.
Honorable Member for Maprik.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to ask a question without notice to the Treasurer, and I want the Prime Minister and Minister for Works and Highways to take note. Mr. Deputy Speaker, last December, I was very happy to go to the Government House to witness the signing of the 86 million road contract for the upgrading of the road from Passam to Maprik. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has now been 3.5 months and no funds have been released to the contractor to mobilize and commence work, not even 10 million to 20 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am beginning to worry whether this very important economic road will even get the upgrade this year, when so much funding is going to areas and districts under the Connect PNG program, and to fund totally uneconomical roads. Mr. Deputy Speaker, East Sepik is the leading cocoa and vanilla producer in this country. And why this road is not given priority? When cocoa overtook coffee last year, we've reached 1.2 billion. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my question to the Treasurer, are you going to release a warrant this year for Passam to Maprik road upgrade and construction to start, at least to pay for the mobilization? Secondly, when will the mobilization payment be made? At least 10 million or 20 million? What month specifically? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honorable Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his very good question on district and provincial projects. Speaker, we're all wanting warrants released for this year's budget, and we at Treasury and Department of Finance are working very, very hard to try and get those out as quickly as possible, but of course subject to cash flow. So we're all limited to that. With the Department of Works, just as a background, outstanding payments from last year totaled about 516 million, and payments since 31st of December total about 291 million. So that's about 50% or a little bit over half that we've paid. We're working through prioritizing those outstanding payments first. I think, as I mentioned last week, specifically on the Passam to Maprik road project, of course, we'll release that as soon as funds are available. And I think I answered the second, when exactly. To assure the honourable member, I'm available to work closely with him, together with the very hard-working Minister for Works, and together let's try and get that project started. Thank you.
Supplementary, Governor for ECP.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In relation to that, could the Treasurer confirm or deny that the initial funding for that road was courtesy of the Australian government, and there was a 100 million grant that came out almost 4 years ago, earmarked for this particular project? Therefore, as far as I understand, the funding is not Connect PNG. It's supposed to be the Australian government funding. So could the good Treasurer confirm that, number one? Number two, it is my understanding that a Papua New Guinean contractor was recommended by the NPC and the TSSP for approval by NEC. NEC, in its wisdom, decided to choose a Chinese contractor in order to take back PNG. So could the treasurer confirm or deny if the Australians have therefore withdrawn the 100 million kina because they are not in the business of funding Chinese contractors? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Treasurer.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Governor for his. I would love to confirm or deny those queries, but unfortunately, I'm not the Minister for Works and I don't have those details. For this PNG Connects program, total 7.9 billion kina, Mr. Speaker. So I think I'll refer to my Minister for Work and try to shoot him a response as soon as I can.
We have a point of order. Governor, what's your point of order?
We've been waiting, and this shuffling between ministers is not good. Could you refer to the Minister for Works to respond? Thank you. Because the people of ECP are listening, and West Sepik also.
Minister of Works, introduce your seat first. I'll make a ruling and then you can make a statement. In response to the point of order, the chair will ask the Minister for Works to give a response to the question raised by the governor. Minister for Works.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you for the good question raised by Maprik, for member for Maprik, and also supported by Governor for Sepik. Pasam Maprik Road, as the contractor has been awarded a contract. The contractor named Sanyang was awarded the contract, and he's actually mobilization, under mobilization. So every mobilization, starting this road, lo Pasam golo Maprik. Time warrant he come in, we will pay some mobilization funds, and he will start that soon. Chinese, he kisim this contract SSP, also you talk please, I'm still long time, so we play connect PNC, kisim come back and handle connect PNC, so that people are like spirit. Economic road, so we play awarding contract finish, now we play wait, law funding contract by start, but we start mobilize now. So law road mobilization law Maprik Pasam golong Maprik. Also me this is time to law road law speak now, also people blow to Pasam Angoram too, but deliberate by approval. So by come long, NEC long, award him contract. Road law Pasam Golom Maprik. Also mixes time too law. Talk thank you long, this government too, law Maraberoso government. Law start him road law Efil, law work maintenance now start go down. For the first time, some road go down along Trombi station. 2 weeks ago, all people have only looking for the first time PMV come up to Trombi station. So this government is responsible government and also is fair. Attend to. Also, lo Maprik golo Warasikau, hemi stop lo evaluation stage. Cross the time, all evaluation sorry golo NPC. But lo road lo Warasikau golo Lumi. One time Maprik, Pasam na Maprik. One time road lo Vanemu golo Green River. Hemi stop na lo NPC. So all this la road hemi stop osem. Lo coastal roads start long Butung kamogota lo Wibek. all ADB, work him design, work na stop. One time two pla, all big pla work, one time we work wolf. So time, holly design him, na go lo tender na. By 2026, by me play award him lo contractors. Lo start him this road lo butung, fallen kam lo vanemu, fallen kam lo lo wibek. So ADP focus lo display. Lo last weekend, me go down lo wibek, me had to go down bridge. Now go lo halfway na me come. Now also go along his cost too. Now me look at progress lo work me work lo habol contractors are working. So me pla he work lo haten long all this pla. So me like appeal na talking governor want them all leaders lo speak. Want they wish to speak of them. This government is responsible, it's fair. So we are working on those roads. All TSSP program we been kissing but me been talk. Also me play connect PNC. Yet it take a while to make this pla hurry up. Thank you, Lord. Yeah, because me play kiss him. Now also time me play about him contract go also Australia ni withdraw because only been stop 4 years over. Now 4 years long and me long play time so me play yet kiss him long make him slow work hurry up. That's why.
We have a point of order. Deputy Opposition Leader.
The good Maprik clearly asked the question about funding allocation. We haven't heard any numbers being promulgated from this Minister for Works. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Opposition Leader, I think the member for Maprik's question is to the Treasurer, and Treasurer is respond. The question, the answers now answered by the question that is answered now by the Works Minister is the point supplementary raised by the Governor for ECPIC. So I think the Minister is responding to the question. So, Minister, I'll ask you to sum up your question, answers.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think the response blow, member be this blow 80 million golo. Pasam golo Maprika, me play respond as a contract, he give him finish. So, cross the time and blast start him slow work. And then all supplementary, Governor ask him and me give him another story. Thank you, Speaker.
For Western Province.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Loma Kim. Milo Tok. I ask a question, no Milo. Minister of Public Service, he ready to back him question, no me, but before me ask a question, Milo down law. Question to me. Question I mean relation law, public service, appointment of public service law province to me. I'm 7 years now, time been seems like work, so I'm going up Western. The last time the public service structure I'm approved in 2004. And it's been 20 years since the last time the provincial administrative structure was advertised now, man been apply. Some now we all win him slap work last time 2004. Some now die finish. Now some now retire finish, and some are in a aging work. I have an aging workforce. Promise to me go forward. To restructure the public service structure in my province. And it's been about 4 years now since the structure has been approved now. Maybe no. Maybe put in Nibla man, workman go inside. The struggle for us has been that maybe advertising our top bracket floor, workman for province, and it took us about 3 years to recruit the deputies, recruited the district administrators. This time, come up with some Kamba province Pamela advertising structure Blomina recruiting workman. Now I'm delaying plenty work Pamela province.
So Milaka scheme, Minister, suppose. Department of Personal Management, I need the ministry blame. And I need the Act, I'll call it Public Service Management Act, Section 24 I'm talking under Section 24, Part provincial administrators, he got power law, recruit him, workman law, province plan. But I'm called a Section D I'm talking Jubla all public service management, public service minister or through the Department of Personal Management must delegate this power come to provincial administrators. So Mila ask minister suppose you can delegate this power law, provincial administration to me, so that Mila can hurry up him advertisement process na recruiting man so local staff law work na work law place to me, province to me. One time Islam, suppose you look him Muslim. Me bla pieces la power and you got right to withdraw him too. So suppose you can give me la power la me recruit him. Workman Mary lo place to me. Thank you for him.
Public Service.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the good governor for Western Province. I also want to point out clear that in the names and titles of our governors, the governors of the name of the provincial government. For the case of Western Province, the name of the province is Western Province, and the name of the provincial government is Fly River Provincial Government. So actually the governor is the governor for Fly River Provincial Government, and he's the provincial member for Western. Likewise for West Sepik, the name of the province is West Sepik, and the name of the provincial government is Sandown Province. And thank you for the provincial member for Western Province and also the governor for Fly River. I'd like to answer by saying that yes, in December 2023, we've been delegated to the province, Mr. Speaker, and them to operate on the purpose of departmental comply and download the new recruits into our system, the pays to be processed, and the file numbers to be issued. Because the national government pays all the public servants in the country, not the provincial government pays the province. That's the compliance part of it. And so for the case of Western Province, my department is waiting for provincial HR and the provincial administrator to submit and to complete and submit the pre-selection report and the interview report. They have been sitting for almost 2 years. Inform the governors, you should spend more time with your provincial administrators, and sometimes you go beyond the administrators and check your HR officers to make sure that they give you the correct information, because sometimes they give you something else when the compliance part of it in the department is something else. I think for the case of Western Province, that's the answer, my good governor, and Mr. Ashton. Congratulations to you, also the people of Nuku and from the Public Service Ministry. So, Madam Assistant Speaker, I'd like to make it very short and say that yes, the provincial delegated most of the HR part for the recruitment process, because they have to comply with having the file numbers issued by the department through finance so that the pays can be made. And for the case of Western Province, we are waiting for the pre-selection report and the interview reports to come in, and our department basically not chair the selection committee. All the selection committees in the provinces are chaired by the provincial administrator. That has to be made clear, not the department. Department is only just for compliance. But otherwise, we'll give you a detailed response, and you can come to the office anytime. Thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker, and congratulations to you and the people of North Bougainville and the people of Bougainville and Papua New Guinea. Thank you.
Most welcome. Member for Como Julia. No. Governor. Governor Southern Islands.
Thank you, Madam. I got confused because I'm not a member for Komohuli anyway. Thank you for the understanding. But good to see you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to the people of Southern Highlands. My series of questions were that notice to the National Population Census directed to the Minister assisting the Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister Richard Masare. But from the outset, you have very important performance in terms of the National Population Census. The information, I want to direct this series of questions to you, through you, Madam Speaker. What is the general progress of the National Population Census of the country to date? In terms of the status of the National Population Census that has been conducted recently. Second, in terms of funding, how much National Population Census? And how much is yet to be paid and outstanding? I think it is important we need to know this, because the sub-national government levels, we also contributed towards funding of this very important activity, and we need to know in terms of the funding. Third question, Madam Speaker, if there are some challenges facing the National Population Census, we need to know, the country needs to know. And finally, Madam Speaker, what is the target date to launch this population? We've been making many attempts to count the total number of people in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my 4 series of questions.
Thank you, Governor. Minister Masere.
Thank you, Ms. Acting Assistant Speaker, Madam Speaker. Sorry. Firstly, on behalf of my people of Papua New Guinea and my family, let me take the opportunity to congratulate you on chairing the House, and we look forward to participating under your leadership in this House. So congratulations on that. The series of questions asked by the provincial member for census is a very important that is undertaken by any government across the globe, and Papua New Guinea is no exception. So every 10 Papua New Guinea budgets and undertake this very important event or process, so that it understands its population, can better plan for its population, and ensure that particularly the key government agencies that oversee the planning of the country are provided with information so that they can be able to plan better and ensure the country is progressing forward. Madam Speaker, to the questions that's been asked, one, in terms of the general progress of the national census, the commenced on the 16th of June 2024.
I was appointed as the minister in this on the 18th of January in 2024. So by the time I took on the ministry, the progress and for the census 2020, but unfortunately, due to COVID-19, the process of the census was delayed from 2020 all the way to 2024. And when I became the minister, there was also discussions within national state the census to 2025. At that time, the proposed budget to conduct the census was over 300 and Mr. Madam took office. We took a drastic measure in terms of looking at whether the census should be deferred or conducted in 2020. And a ministerial decision was made that we were in a position to conduct the census. And we reviewed the budget that was estimated in the country around 310 million kina, but with prudent management, we were able to downscale the budget from 310 million to 150 kina in order for us to undertake this very important process. The process when it was initially planned, the census work was supposed to be done within 2 weeks. Generally, around the world, they 2 weeks to conduct the census because generally after 2 weeks, they tend to feel that most people forget where they were on the night of the point of assessment of the actual person was on that date. So given 2 weeks to conduct, but unfortunately, as the preparation was continuing, the funding that was made available in 2023 to procure the census material on January 10th, which we generally the 15 million kina worth of census materials that were procured were stored at the post PNG warehouse at Konidobu. And on January, when the incident took place, the warehouse was burned, and the total 15 million kina materials that were procured to run the census were destroyed when that warehouse was burnt down. So as a result of that, we had to scramble, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we met the date. And because of that, the funding was received in May 2024, which was just shy 2 or 3 weeks away from the actual event. And with all those challenges, Madam Speaker, I could like to inform this House that the census took 6 months to conduct, which was when in comparison to the last census in 2011, the census took approximately. Look at that contrast and see the difference. Madam Speaker, you could say that the Marape Rosso government census within a record time to ensure that we work within the budget, within the framework that was given to us to work with. Madam Speaker, the census is a process. It takes about a few months to conclude. After that is completed, there is another process which kicks in, which is generally referred to the field evaluation. The field evaluation is intended to move around to ensure that those that missed, that those were not counted or missed during the census are actually captured during the evaluation. So at this particular point in time, I've issued an instruction that we give them 6 months to conduct the evaluation to ensure that the census and its evaluation process is completed within 12 months so that the Prime Minister could to the country, the actual population in the country. The second question on how much it cost to conduct this census, it has cost the country 153 million kina. Madam Speaker, when we look at the last two censuses, in Census 2000, 155 million kina. In 2011, it cost 106. The two censuses when we conducted, which cost the country 145 million in 2000, we were able to reach a population of 5.2 million people. 2011, it cost the country and the government 165 million kina, and we only counted 7.2 million people in this country. So when we look at the economy and the current inflation that not only Papua New Guinea, but the global inflation that has affected the entire globe, there had been an estimated 200% increase. So technically, this census would have cost the government 500 million to conduct, but Madam Speaker, it only took us 153 million kina to conduct. So there is a major savings in terms of what we've undertaken. And I would like to also on this point thank the provinces that participated in terms of offering support in financial support. And I think our good governor from East Sepik has been very vocal on that point, and I want to thank him for him supporting the census in his province. At this particular point in time, we have requested that all provinces provide us with acquittals of their provinces, and only one province has responded to date by providing us the acquittals of the money that they have spent. The provinces that made funding allocated for the census, the National Statistics Office had no oversight on how that money was spent in the provinces. So we have requested all the provinces to provide acquittals so that when we do a final audit report, we'll be able to capture both the national government's funding and how it was spent. But we would like to also show that the provinces that supported on how they spent funds so that we can be all answerable to the country and our people to say we've used that money. So in question 2, 150 million kina was allocated and 150 million was expedited for the field operations that there are some challenges, Madam Speaker, which we are aware of, which we understand that there are some service providers that have not been paid. We work with the government to ensure that the work that they've undertaken, we will resolve to make sure that they are pleased with our government. The third question, were there any problems and challenges? There were a lot of problems and challenges, Madam Speaker, which we will face. One was when we planned for the census, we stated that the funding would be made available for us to conduct the census from preparation from January onwards after the incident where we lost 3 million kina worth of census materials. The funding only hit us in May prior to the census commencing in June. So we had time to try and ensure that the training materials, we ordered the papers to ensure that we conducted the census. The papers that were ordered from the tablets were our plan B in the event the tablets not work due to network connectivity. We wanted to ensure that we also had a plan B to ensure that we had the forms available so that once they encountered challenges with network connectivity, it wouldn't stop the census, but would allow the census to continue by ensuring that they use the paper to register all people in the country. Other things we also faced in the start of the census was we were also affected by weather. We had logistics problems due to the fact that there were field and the chopper companies that we had engaged to lift the materials because of the fuel crisis. We were unable to move them in a timely manner.
What's your point of order?
Can the Minister simply respond to the questions by the Governor and not give a ministerial statement? Thank you.
Minister Masere?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is 4 questions, so I'm responding adequately to those questions. So if the good Deputy Opposition Leader can pay some attention, maybe he might know anything, maybe he might learn something here too.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madam Speaker. I withdraw that point. The challenges were great, Madam Speaker, and we undertook all in the midst of all this. But I want to thank the provinces that participated. The teams were trained, and so that all the census coordinators and the field workers were deployed to ensure that we conducted this very event. Question number 4, When will the target date to launch the final population? Madam Speaker, I just want to assure the House that I have made a ministerial decision not to make any announcement of because in the past there had been different that have circulated and that have questioned the integrity of our population count. So, Madam Speaker, after the field evaluation is concluded, we will provide a detail to the Prime Minister and the National Executive Council, and upon their endorsement, we will then announce or put out a formal statement to the announcing the population of the country. Madam Speaker, if I may also add here, there were some numbers being speculated in the public. There was between 9 million to 17 million. Madam Speaker, those numbers that came about were numbers that were based on different templates that were used to just the population based on number of impacts and number of different elements that would contribute to the increase of the number. So those numbers were, of course, in public, but I want to assure the country that between now and June, when the field evaluation will be complete, number will be announced by Prime Minister, and that will be the number we will use between now and the next census. Thank you, Miss.
Thank you. Members, I'm Pinis. Me ask him, did of government business?
Assistant Madam Chair, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Go ahead, Leader.
Assistant Madam Chair, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended to prevent Chairman of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Gender, Equality and Women's Empowerment presenting a statement.
Honorable House, the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Chairman.
Madam Assistant Speaker, firstly, on behalf of my committee, the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment, the people of our capital city, and my family, I want to offer you our congratulations for your elevation to the post of Speaker of our Honorable House. Madam Assistant Speaker, the sight of you presiding over this House last week was a defining moment in our history, especially given that this House is normally a houseman. And that sight would disrupt it, make some people uncomfortable. But it would be the women and girls of our city, of our country, and should welcome this, your elevation. It's a testament to your own journey, but also a testament to the progress of women and girls of our country. Today, too, we have this special session dedicated to debating and having a conversation on the status of women and girls of our country, including effort and action to end gender-based violence in our country. And your presiding over this session is also timely, appropriate, and historical. And I thank you, and I thank the government for your presiding over this special session. I want to also with the same spirit for making this session a special session for us to have conversation and debate. It's historical. It has taken us 9 years on the eve of our 50th anniversary, our golden jubilee, to have this conversation. It's not been an easy journey, and it's not been an easy conversation. And I'm very privileged to be here at this moment to lead the House in this debate. This is a debate that is critical and long outstanding. It is about the status of women and girls in our country. It is also about how we can elevate the status of women and girls so that we can achieve true equality. We must, particularly today and onwards, focus on the urgent need to combat gender-based, a pervasive issue that continues to impede the progress of women and girls across our country, Papua New Guinea. I want to take this time to thank the leader of government business and the entire government for having this historical session. Allow me to, Madam Assistant Speaker, to acknowledge all listening in today, including those gathered in the public gallery, outside Parliament, to witness this occasion, especially young people, both women, young women, and young men who have joined us, who are listening in this conversation. This debate and conversation is vital for defining the future. As we convene today, Madam Assistant Speaker, to this very important agenda, let us take a moment to appreciate the significance of this moment. In particular, it is particularly nothing that we are having this discussion, debate, in the month of March, a month designated by the nation and our own government to recognizing the importance of women and girls globally and in our country. This month of March is dedicated to celebrating their achievements, recognizing their rights, their potential, and importantly, focusing on concrete steps necessary to progress towards gender equality, with International Women's Day on the 8th of March and the National Women's Day following on the 24th of March. Moreover, Madam Assistant Speaker, we must acknowledge that this debate comes just 6 months before the Golden Jubilee anniversary of our nation. Last week, we paid tribute to one of our founding fathers, the Right Honorable Sir Julius Chen. It is significant that we are holding this important dialogue at a time when the baton, Madam Assistant Speaker, is being passed from our founding generation to our generation, tasked with defining the destiny of our country and our people for the next 50 years. We must not overlook this moment as we engage in this special, rare session and debate. Madam Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, women and girls constitute 50% of our population. This debate and conversation therefore concerns the well-being, the hopes, the rights and potential of half of our people. We are at a pivotal moment where there is an urgency to take concrete action to reduce gender-based violence in our country, Papua New Guinea, and to strive for genuine gender equality in line with the promises enshrined in the Constitution and the numerous international conventions we have ratified. This is a pressing issue that should weigh heavily on our collective consciousness. Madam Assistant Speaker, as we begin our debate, let us take a moment to acknowledge and recognize the powerful contribution of women of our society. Since time immemorial, women are the backbone of our families and communities. They have been nurturers, educators, leaders, and innovators. Women have been wealth creators, raising livestock, growing crops, fishing, and sustaining our families. They play a pivotal role in preserving our culture, driving our economies, and strengthening the social fabric of our nation. Madam Speaker, members of Parliament, 20 to 30% society, where women leads and they own and they preside over our people. They manage our people. Despite this invaluable contribution, the status of women and girls in our country remain alarmingly poor. Today, despite all our efforts and investment, women and continue to be marginalized, subject to fear, intimidation, and violence on a daily basis. We need not look further than the national parliament here in our house and our capital city to see the reality of the status of women in our country. Madam Assistant Speaker, we have only 3 women members of Parliament, yourself included, and being appointed last week as Assistant Speaker. A credit to you and your colleagues. But your success is an exception at this. It's not the norm. This has been the story of our Parliament since September 16, 1975. Never more than 2 women members of Parliament at any given time. And what we observe in Parliament is mirrored everywhere else. The public sector bureaucracy, except for a few exceptions, like Secretary Sansan, Secretary Sohn, CEO Imelda Agon, all departmental heads of government, state-owned enterprises, men. All continues to managers and beyond. This trend is evident in the corporate private sector as well, and in civil society. Even in faith-based organizations, our churches, while women and girls have made some progress, not to know. It is not enumerate with that of counterparts during this 49 years journey of our nation. Madam Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, our nation is poorer and hindered from realizing its full potential due to this inequality and our failures as leaders, as a nation, to take concrete steps to remove barriers that prevent women and girls from reaching their full potential equally to the development and progress of our nation. Madam Assistant Speaker, let me make it very clearly to all of us. The call for gender equality and the eradication of gender-based violence is neither new nor foreign concept. It is a goal that forms the foundation of our state, independent state of Papua New Guinea. This is reflected in the legal framework of our national constitution. The pursuit of gender equality, the elimination of gender-based violence is firmly rooted in our constitution, beginning with the 5 national goals and directive principles, as outlined in the preamble of our homegrown constitution. I will recite part of it for the benefit of the entire nation. National goals and direct principle number 1 calls for integral human development. It states very clearly, we declare our first goal to be for every person to be dynamically involved in the process of freeing himself or herself from every form of domination and oppression, so that each man or woman will have the opportunity to develop as a whole person in relation to others. The provisions and principle under that goal equally underscores the need for freedom and equality of all citizens, irrespective of gender. National goal number 2, if I can recite it too, Madam Assistant Speaker, calls clearly, is a case in point for equality and participation. Goal number 2, and it provides, we declare every citizen to have equal opportunity to participate in and benefit from the development of our country. These national goals and directives are further strengthened by the rights and freedom provision outlined in our Constitution, including, Madam Assistant Speaker, Section 35, it's a fundamental right, right to life, not a qualified right. Section 36, freedom from inhuman, another fundamental right, Madam Assistant Speaker. Section 37, protection of the law, another fundamental right. And of course, Section 55, equality of all citizens. Right, but an important qualified right. This profound provision of our Constitution acknowledges the rights of all citizens to equality, to freedom from oppression, freedom from subjugation, and to full protection under the law of our country. Madam Speaker, members of Parliament, our Constitution is no ordinary law.
it is the foundation of our nation. It is the social contract that binds us together as a country of 1,000 tribes, 860 languages, and diverse cultures and traditions. It embodies the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of our founding leaders who envisaged that the well-being, prosperity, and success of the nation depend on ensuring that all our people are free from all discrimination, oppression, domination, and that every citizen, regardless of tribe, regardless of color, regardless of greed or gender, was able to participate fully in the development of our country. Madam Assistant Speaker and members of Parliament, not only these are the legal basis for equality and ending violence, removing all the barriers to achieving equality, we have, by our own free will, reinforced this commitment by signing international convention, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as reflected in the signing of the United Nations Charter. When we sign to become a member of the United Nations, subscribe to the important declaration. Secondly, the Convention on Eliminating All Forms of Discrimination against Women. This is a very important convention that we have signed and ratified since the 1990s. And there are various other treaties, conventions that we also have subscribed to that are aimed at promoting human rights and gender equality. Many in the labor sector that we have subscribed to. Indeed, Madam Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, we have made great promises to our people, including women and girls. However, the reality on the ground starkly contrasts with this constitutional and legal commitment, international commitment. The statistics on gender-based violence in our nation, it has reached pandemic proportion, with the number of women and girls subject to gender-based violence increasing to about 3.5 million since we launched a strategy to respond to and end gender-based violence in 2017. Madam Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, in 2016, the figure stood at over 1,554,170, representing a rate of one woman subject to violence every 10 seconds. In our country, Madam Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, recent national surveys shows a very staggering increase to 3,414,000 women and girls experiencing violence in one form or another. It just does not affect women and girls in our society on a personal basis. Economically, the cost to the nation in terms of lost work and productivity is estimated as a staggering 18.64 million in productive days per year. That's the economic cost. Personal cost is another thing, Madam Assistant Speakers, members of Parliament. Madam Assistant Speaker, these are not just numbers. They represent the pain the suffering, the trauma of countless individuals. There is an urgent call to action that we cannot ignore and must not delay. Members of Parliament, among the many impediments to the progress of women and girls in our country, the prevalence of gender-based violence is absolutely the most significant. This violence manifests in various forms. It's experienced daily by millions of women and girls. When we launched the national strategy to respond to and end gender-based violence in 2017, the statistics indicated a woman was subject to violence every second. 9 years later, now in 2025, Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, the situation has not improved at all. In fact, worsened, with the nature of violence becoming increasingly horrific, barbaric. We cannot describe it anymore. We cannot. From low-level harassment and intimidation to torture, mutilation, the violence has escalated alarmingly. Madam Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, last week we were reminded of this crisis with the tragic death of Jessica Yori, a young woman in her prime, 16 or 17 years old. She lost her life at Tabari bus stop in our capital city, Port Moresby. So many men were dead, but the perpetrator chose a young girl to attack. In February of this year, we were reminded again of this epidemic when Lina Numba Lihi and Margaret Gabriel were killed while with their loved ones. Lina was killed by her husband or boyfriend, a soldier in Maribarex, tortured to death, while Margaret was kidnapped by a group of 20 to 40 men and boys from a gated community in Baroni. Brutally raped, murdered, and not only just murdered, they could not stop there but went to mutilate the body. Mutilate the body. The statistics are filled with the country, including those of Jeneline Kennedy, Ruby and Laufa, Regina Rove, Roslyn Albaniel, Laurel Coco Nick Nakini, Grace Gavera, many others, Madam Assistant Speaker, many others. Thousands remain unreported and millions continue to suffer in silence. Sometimes, Madam Assistant Speaker, I wonder whether it's unlucky to be a woman or girl born in Papua New Guinea. In their life, we should not. We should be proud to have daughters, granddaughters. They are part of our life. Against this backdrop, Madam Assistant Speaker, the NEC initiated our national response in 2016 to halt and reverse this trend when the NEC adopted the national strategy to respond to and end gender-based violence 2016 to 2025. The strategy ends this year. This strategy was launched in 2017, but did not receive funding or support until 2021, when the Special Parliamentary Committee was established in the last Parliament. Credit to the government. The creation of the Parliamentary Coalition Against Gender-Based Violence. The Special Parliamentary Committee did significant work, submitted numerous recommendations before its conclusion at the end of last Parliament. In this current term, established the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment, which I'm honored to chair, Madam Assistant Speaker, with the Governor of Pacific, Honorable Alan Baird, as my deputy, and 5 other members of Parliament. This is an important step, but we have a long way still to go, Madam Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament. Since the beginning of this Parliament, we have conducted over 5 inquiries and events, resulting in more than 70 recommendations to Parliament. Since 2021, over 26 million has been appropriated in the national budget to support our national effort. This year, another 9 million allocated. And I'm pleased to report, Madam Speaker, members of Parliament, that with the assistance and support of our development partners, the Department for Community Development, over 16 provincial governments have adopted provincial awaiting endorsement by their respective PECs and funding allocations by their provincial assembly. This is another important step. Madam Assistant Speaker, slowly but surely we are getting there. Our development partners, including the European Union, the Australian government, the United States government, the Korean government, the New Zealand government, and the United Nations with all its agencies, continue to support our initiative, with the European Union investing over 90 million in the Spotlight project in the last 3 to 5 years. While our collective efforts are commendable, they have not changed the situation. The prevalence of GBV reached pandemic proportion, demanding decisive action at all levels of our society to reduce or end this crisis affecting women and girls of our but the entire country and when women are traumatized, it affects everyone. It affects our children, it affects family, it affects community, and in turn affects our nation's progress. The rising statistics can be attributed to several factors, 3 of which stands out. And I want to take to mention this for the benefit of our House and our people. First is our inability to arrest and prosecute perpetrators. Our inaction, we are allowing, we are becoming numb, we are accepting this normal, and we talk about it like it's not a big thing. Secondly, Madam Assistant, is the lack of ownership of the national strategy by all of government. Our national policy and strategy. You mean roll him out. You mean I'm stopped as well. Thirdly, and most importantly, Madam Assistant Speaker and members of Parliament, a big cause to the gender-based violence is the attitude, behavior, and value system of us, men and boys. How we view women and girls, their rights and roles in our country, in our communities, and in our lives. The prevalence of gender-based violence is more about men and boys than about women and girls. Give me all money. You got respect or not? How are we bringing these children up, especially boys? Unless this perspective and virtues of men and boys beginning to change, we will continue to lose half of our population or leave them behind. And our country will never realize its full potential. To turn the tide on gender-based violence, it is imperative that all of government take ownership and responsibility for this policy and the strategy and roll them out within government departments, state-owned enterprise, all levels of government. We need leadership at national level and all levels to recognize and acknowledge the rights and girls and the immense damage done to their lives by violence, lack of respect, as equal citizens and as human beings. Mnyumia, how do we see women and girls of our country? Are they human beings? Are they, Or maybe the first thing we look at them is for our sexual gratification. Organize him. You must talk out. When we acknowledge that, then we start to change. That's when we will really put an end to it. It requires to incorporate men and girls into our planning, including budgeting and relating to health and education of women and girls and other action to close the gap on inequality between men and women and girls of our country. As I conclude, Madam Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, let me remind us of the following. In every sector, government, bureaucracy, business, local communities, we observe a world dominated by men. And in churches, where spiritual guidance is offered, priests, deacons, church elders are predominantly men. Decision-making in incorporated land groups remain almost exclusively in the male hands. The benefit of our country, of our resources, the opportunities created by our country is mainly in the benefit of men and boys. This systematic imbalance must change to define the next 50 years. It has been men's narrative for 49 years. Madam Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, it starts with us. Yes, this House. We must recognize that as a society, we are designed to function in twos, in pairs. We have two legs, not a mistake. We have two arms, two eyes, two lungs, two brains, two limbs, and even our parliament operates with two wings. Government minister, opposition minister. Picture is much clear. Yet for the past 49 years since our independence in 1995, Papua New Guinea, our beloved parrot, has been flying for 1 week, only with one wing. This imbalance has stunted our growth and hindered the realization of our nation's potential. Madam Assistant Speaker, women and girls have been largely left behind. It is time to change that as we approach our 50th anniversary and look forward to the next 50 years. PNG will be a greater country if men and women, girls, work together, lead together, share together, side by side, using our labor, our intellect, innovation, respecting each other, and using our collective abilities to lift and transform our lives and our nation. Ourselves to creating an environment where women and girls can thrive as equal. We must challenge the status quo and dismantle the structures that perpetuate violence and inequality. This is not just a women's issue. It's a human rights issue. It's a development issue. Every child who grows up witnessing violence is a potential perpetrator, victim of gender-based violence in future. So we owe it to the next generation now, Madam Assistant Speaker, to break this cycle. Let me remind us of the words of our founding father, Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Quote, "A nation that does not empower its women is a nation that is half-developed." We cannot build a strong, united Papua New Guinea if half our population is left behind. And Madam Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, we have made progress, but half of our population is definitely left behind. Before I conclude, I want to acknowledge the presence of one of my daughters and one of my daughter-in-law and 3 of my granddaughters who are seated, I believe, in the speaker, along with the students of our capital city, representing all the young people of our country. They are here to witness how we, this generation of leaders, will define their lives as they are indeed the future. These are our children, future leaders, and the generation who will continue our work. Let us make today a memorial day for them. Hope that we today did our part in honoring our Constitution, our women, our country, and our children. I want to say this to Madam Assistant Speaker. My daughter, she's got Manus blood, Oro blood. My granddaughter, she is Manus blood, Oro blood, Civic blood. My daughter-in-law, she is a bit of Australian. And my head daughter, my granddaughters who are here with her, they have Manus blood, Oro blood, a bit of Australian blood. So, Madam Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, the generation of our children will belong to Papua New Guinea, will be true Papua New Guineans. Future. Yes, they will honor their tribes, their clan, their heritage, but they will be Papua New Guineans.
Yeah.
This is the future we are here to debate and define. As we move forward, let us prioritize the implementation of effective policies and programs that protect women and girls, hold perpetrators accountable, and educate our communities about the importance of gender equality. We must have initiatives that empower women economically, socially, and politically. Let us all affirm our commitment to the principle of our Constitution of gender equality. Together, we can create a Papua New Guinea where women and girls live free from violence and discrimination, where their voices are heard and valued, and where they can contribute fully to our nation's development. Madam Assistant Speaker, it would be remiss of us as a Parliament and as leaders not to seize this opportunity of this historical moment to reaffirm our commitment to women and girls of our country. So as I conclude, I want to propose we move and adopt the following motion. 1, first, that Parliament dedicate a session every year in the month of March or April to address the status of women and girls in our country. Secondly, that upon its re-establishment, the Council of Women be allocated annual budget. And thirdly, that all government departments, provincial and local governments, state-owned enterprise, state agencies, adopt and implement the national strategy in response to end gender-based violence in their respective organization. I thank you, Madam, as members of Parliament, for the great privilege given to me and my committee to start our debate on this very important, long outstanding agenda. I call on all of us to stand united, dignity and equality for all, especially to lift the status of women, and let us move together, equal partners, men and women, boys and girls, building a great country, making the future much, much better than now. Thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, today, Ms. Honorable Display Parliament, long making statement in support, long colleague Governor long Yumi long.
Governor, you take note of paper that was just recently presented by member for NCD.
Sorry. Madam Speaker, at the outset, I take note of by way of motion which comes before this Parliament by the Honourable Governor for NCDC, the Honourable Provis Pakop. I take note, and I want to extend him in the debate, as I will do so now in the due course. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Assistant Speaker, whether it's a madam or it's a gentleman, it's assistant. That's a right title.
Mess. Go ahead, Governor.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, me congratulating you finish. Long number one, Mary long this country, long sit down on this hot chair, long Speaker of Parliament. Me congratulating you finish. Now me no congratulating you again. Otherwise, powerful congratulations, Blamilo part-time by go selectively.
Governor, you go ahead.
So by Star Sam, Mr. Assistant, me like him talk peace on today. I wish that Miss Howell talk more too, but me talk more too, because he got triple talk place in this country, long Parliament. Jimmy must talk place for you yet straight. Long make him clear, long all people, long want him thinking long government. That's why unfortunately, talk place for you one plan peace in me upcast talk place more too, and me no clear good. Maybe upcast me no clear. Now talk English. Talk little all white man, all British English, and I'm feeling good now on this point in time. Me like him support him. Governor NCT long speech now, very important speech, and we make him very important issue, and we affecting this country. Now the governor is sponsoring motion on touch him. Now, because it's so very important, me feel him, me must talk. Mr. Assistant Speaker, but me no have long talk long Papua New Guinea. What is going on around the country, long issue of violence, all mama, now all beginning girls play you me. And legally. That's all when Mrs. Sawe, good long M long Morbe province. Me by talk more long issue long violence or pass him long, make him nap out, long old mama and piggy girls, long country me. Time Mr. Assistant Speaker, long, you know, I him talk long overseas country, yeah, all man overseas up in this country, long talk, league talk, league man, people of big plan, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Now talking international community, also you mean long Papua New Guinea, you mean no good man close to us animal will establish. Mr. Assistant Speaker, me like him long world must have some black country, kind of some Lomilo Morbe, 137 years ago, all German been come to place Flamilo Pinsapen, and now you go over the Morbe, now you go on Double Highlands, now you go on Midang, Pacific, come along Papua. 137 years ago. And then 50 years ago, long 16 September 1975, time you make some independence. 16 September coming now, this year, long 16 September 1970, 2025, 50 years. This time you become long and I mean, big time you can look, but at the same time, legally time you look. Long country, long yumi, long land, style, long possibly middle place this stop. Now, civil money come, lot of long Israel here, all passing and maneuver something and Mr. Assistant Speaker. So you must make sure that when him comment, you make him must be fair comment. Fair comment, you make him long country blame since Western civilization is come to this country. Mr. Assistant Speaker, me had him talk brother me, Governor, me had him talk and me make him, but me ask him to give him copy of the speech long him. Long writing come on me. But me like him contribute to go awesome. When you Guinea, long look, long positive way. Mr. Assistant Speaker. Time when white man come here, all long only come, bring in religious long all come long here in this country. Colonize him, you mean on lot of long all. Colonize him, you mean on low long all. Colonize him, you mean on passing long all. Come lo you me. Come down in passing, you mean on Papua New Guinea coming up now. All simple you look stupid, full, long, high, long, also line. Because some good play custom, some good play way, all come to talk with him, no good olgada. No good olgada. All making with him. So you may walk of fight. You may walk of fight. Which one is the good one by you may kiss him? Now which one is no good one? Or which one is half good one? And you may go assess him. You may go kiss him long him. Now walk on. Mr. Assistant Speaker, time problem me, and we got popular people in the married. Now me plus 6 boys. First plus sister been born in 1942. Now plus 3 plus sister been born. Problem me is strong on them. Beginning very long by noon I go school. People problem before. Let me make him time. Now the sister of me as intelligent as they were, only not got opportunity to long school. Suppose we go to school, maybe one people by staff of parliament, or economics or one. That would never happen. But Mr. Assistant Speaker, he not let this time come on now. You come on this now to say that people man, people looks over long old Mary. People are making about long old Mary. And I'm talking about the majority of men folks. This is the issue now, come the going to talk here. And created by very few men folks in this country. Majority of men long this country. Me can give an example for me. Mary for me by mistake here. Me must not stop. To say that Mary you this country, I'm not. Me looking Mary and me seem strong and stop. Now, no the Mary me looking one now. Me Mary too, looking man. No walking man blom man Mary blom man taso walking blom Mary. No. And walking man walking blom Mary now to play stop. So long more be today. Now me look come. You know, since before now, we have given our lady folks fair recognition. We will give them all. In some of village now, plenty very great staff. Plenty girls now great work in the staff. Plenty finish long great university in all the staff. All qualified in the staff. Now the staff of place. No one thing man also let me qualified in the staff. Mary some qualification, one guy also man all his staff. Now long place now, political leaders now than before, and man also now Governor Blong that's what now. Council Blong place them all media. Council ya. Now Lutheran Church me open him up road on all Mary become a pastor. Now pastor. All look him ya. All teachers look place now you look him all. All mama planted through ya. Mama teacher. No very teacher. Me provincial minister of education the Migan Sawe. Number long old teacher long Morbe and Mary man. Mary win him. Come up doctor. Doctor mama walk longer now. Health extension also walk now. Mary will walk. Plenty Mary walk now. Long plenty walk. Long Morbe provincial government. And half of the staff there, he's a woman. Only walk long half. Huh? No. Mapa mi thing long mapa school. Now I training plenty very long. Come up carpenter. Come up welder, painter. You know, big money long lay. You don't get all Mary will weld him massive, all welding staff. You know some people. You know people. Now all Mary some people only walk. Now you know all Mary tas all have muscle all Mary walk. Me plan man belong to me plan maslo only walk. Now all walk. Huh? So you talk when something me play no recognize him all. Me no recognize him all mama ya. From that day, 137 years ago, lo machine comes up and come now. All Mary and more Mary all walk here. Walk here. All penny walk that's all sudden boy lo Bumayo market. Now only a few people outside this state long all there and long all by me to talk now. How about you me deal with them all? Mr. Assistant Speaker. Final Mary will walk the market there. Only walk here kissing more money than man will walk long. Chito kui. Or kissing more money. I've been on the come Mary Mama can't money. Man walk waiting fortnight. Now Mary can't money lo boy. Money blom boy and me win him this love. Money blom man blom back in a fortnight here. This is a truth. That's it. Only walk here. Now, all mama. Mr. Talking all Morbe. You man, you run, you go. Run, you go. Now you come here. You can't come up long house here. You seem strong blow sad. You come down and you look him smoke blow mama. You seem stroke. You look at same. You hard work what? You hold him house. You say that mama no God. Not a place you want to talk. Mama hold him house, Lomorobe in place up now. And to Mr. Assistant Speaker, over the thinking of Lomorobe, all like him, all picking girls from all back to school. Because picking boys, some will be getting about now, drag about now, picking Mary. All his school good, all he walk good, kiss him very good, all he look out him mama papa good now. All the hammer, or like him, beginning, or like giving full recognition. Namito, mama, papa, Kandre, you walk him good through and this passing me like him. So we have given more recognition. Lomito to Glomorbe. To say that violence everywhere, I don't think that's right. We're All men work hard. Now me like all mama, now girls now, I was them. Me man me play no one play binatan no good no play man will come kill him, marry him, make him about the rape him and stuff. No. Me play papa, me play side love him, picking him me play. In a long mouse play me play, me starting to pick but long labor play me play, and long thinking play me play. Me play like him all. So me like him assurance you go young play married, young play girls, na mama out there. Me like him assure him you play. Papa, me play papa too. What you play? Big play worry. Long picking name, and more particularly picking name girls. Me play like him. Now me I was through, Mr. Speaker. Now when they get that assurance, now security, now funding that we give to Honorable the James Marabe Prime Minister, you give him money long, score him all picking in him man Mary. Now all Mary excel. Me go plan the school, me go along Marabe, me find him out, all Mary score him top mark. All Mary, all girls long primary school, na high school, colleges all score him top mark. Win him the counterpart. Oh, when I know. Go. Now in first time work long mining site long, particularly in the tunnel. Minister, you send it him. Because plenty girls from graduate mining school and over the half will train or welder. Now all by walk. Now all mamas are more wise now, economical, long time all getting money. Also I think good now. All picking the boy with due respect, plenty thinking long, 6 peg now, 2 pegs now, 24 pegs first, then give him money long. So, Speaker, the ladies in the country are doing well, and I want to tell the international community as before. We're not governed by our rules and laws as before. We have come off. We've come off. As the international community, on the international law which recognizes the rights of ladies, girls in this country, in this world, and the constitution of this country made everyone become equal. We are recognized, and we are making sure that that is implemented. And we are not as bad as other people are thinking. There are worse criminals in Australia. They call this criminals in America. They are business criminals. They're in lap of attacking women. We're not like that. Some Gordon's market and ladies playing or selling the bitter nut or selling whatever there. Now let's talk about they go and solve about there. And those kind of people, they're not supposed to live in this world. They're not supposed to live in this country. Why me kill him all the tromical solwarao? All by go well. Very, very few people, all maritime, good play, young play, angel married, nice play, two maritime na. All married, all work long, so often, treat him, number one, marry long, all make him stop, yeah. Not kill him all, shoot him all, stop, yeah. This kind line must go, don't me play list here. Me pressing button over by finish on the ground. This whole line. And then some man, or marry work long office, about the foul. Yeah, man, give him promotion, or making some passing on good, no, give him promotion. Them give him a the general men folk in this country, we come far away. And the world should respect this country. World must respect. Come and tell that we are the worst people, the worst country in dealing with women, or doing something disaster to the woman. I will accept that. Me never accepting this plan. They are far worse country in the world. They are doing everything. Like Muslim country, in the middle of this country, passing of Miss Maria, or passing face from all now looking face from man or One kind man would like him long and I'm showing face long him. I team around this like him. Afghanistan, now long Iran, this lab will make him. This look kind low. That's in no good. That's past Mr. Country.
Governor Morobe, you got 2 more.
I'm taking my time. Mr. Assistant Speaker, find something else in here. In a stable here. Country believe me, I'm stop good. The governor me talk to. Me supporting governor. Lord sample proposal let me put him long him. You mean make him so that all begin man, Mr. Assistant Speaker, in no plan D and will legally line. So all the so supposed to you know anymore. Mr. Assistant Speaker. So I can propose him, me support him motion belong. Minister, Governor, me support him motion belong. Propose him some methods. One, you need in base education, long or picking you mean. Inside on this you must promote him culture, good culture, you mean, morality, you mean, all this curriculum, now teach him all picking in it, now must pass along and a good forward. He just talk nothing. Those things must become a curriculum to teach. Number 2, we like him long proposals and tough, long, want them will marry. Kind of rape, just a man long rape, there must be an injection of chemicals which will stick off. Mr. Up. You saw long this. Mr. Unproductive. Any sexual offenses. For sexual offense, minimum sentence of 18 years. You play games, want them, want to marry. Must you touch him nothing, you touch him without a consent. Minimum sentence. Sorry, make him stop us, but you inside here. Tough penalties you must put him. So, all those things, meeting was the committee, which I'm a member, will recommend tough punishment, long offender against women and against girls. That's what we're going to do, and I want this parliament to unanimously support Papua New Guinea that not all the men are like these few men.
Thank you. Thank you too much. Look good, plus strong, plus top. You thank you. Alan Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker. Na me too makim maus belong all people belong isipik. Me play hamas trulo lukim all semua bla meri holim displasiana. Give him steer lo me bla. And let me also say that the rulings are quite good, and you know your job obviously from the work you've done in the autonomous region of Bougainville. So let me also pass my personal congratulations. Me too, me like supporting presentation belong chairman, the parliamentary committee where me staff also deputy chair. Me like look sabetu na to thank you long. First you play marking special committee long permanent parliamentary committee. Prime Minister, let me commend you and thank you for this initiative. Madam Assistant Speaker, I think one of the things that came through from consultations that we had with the public is that the main cause of perpetrators to continue to perpetrate the violence we see against our women and girls is because we are becoming a violent nation. We are almost like the Wild West in the West, I think in the 18 and 1900s, where we read in the comic about how men conducted themselves. They were all a law unto themselves. Unfortunately, as the chairman said, Emino Karim Gutla Kaikai Tomas. And there are many reasons for that. But the most important thing I think that this parliament needs to do, and I think at the end of this session when you all member, you got opportunity to debate them also. Mibla need to give him assurance long beginning in Mary. Also, this house, I mean, got commitment, law strong in law in order so that we can create a safe and secure environment for our women and girls. I think that's what our women and girls want to hear from this house today. So let me commend the leader of government business for allowing the debate to proceed. There's a key point that seems to be missing, and I want to draw on what the Prime Minister always says, and that is that he wants to build a strong economy. And I think the chairman of the committee, the Honorable Powes Parkop, alluded to it. Half of our citizens are women. And if we look at the successful countries, they have learned to enhance the talent and the energy of their women. So if we want economically, then it stands to reason that we can't just have half of our workforce being deployed. We need, and I think that is something when we start to look at, and you look at the genesis of the committee, we started as a committee that was seeking to stand up against violence against women. So we were a gender violence committee last parliament. In this parliament, it's the gender equity that was brought in and changed the definition of the committee. So we are looking at the violence against women, but also the empowerment of women. And I think there's a point that also alluded to by the governor of Morobe in the boy selling at the markets. Life is tough in Papua New Guinea, and I want to particularly speak to the young men out there. Have a partner. You yet one and bahad lo lugot in Mary Pigni Blue this time. 2 incomes are better than 1. So it makes sense for us, our women, not just at the national level, but also at the family level, so that the high expenses of living in this country can be met by the. I didn't want to just speak today, but I also wanted to give some statistics. Now, those who are in the for your support, when I brought a bill that we called the Glassman Bill to the floor, and some of you will recall. And this House passed that bill unanimously. On the 12th of March, the first Glassman by the name of James Mon, Lokumul #1 village in Morobe, was convicted and imprisoned for 5 years. I'm around also one prayer warrior, and we have a lot of so-called prayer warriors in this country. Point him lo one plameri na mi tokolsem des plameri ami sangoma you pla kilimem. Na one plameri name block ami mama block 5 pla piginini. Only katimem na only kilimem. Because she was by this man. Now, had we not passed that bill, this Glassman, he would have gone free. Because he passed a law on this floor, I want to commend Her Honor, Justice Polume Kiele, for his landmark decisions of first Glassman, and by Karabusnalo Morbe. And thank you, leaders, for your support. And support play make him na something. Also state that currently before the courts, there are 86 Glassman now only waiting court na stop. We also have 12 that the police released in Jiwaka, rearrested. and brought back in. And I want to appeal to the policemen. You bla walking walk bla na karimi kam na larim koti walking walk blong. We cannot allow, we cannot give license to these kind of perpetrators. Suppose only thing also in parliament emi weak. Only thing also now judiciary emi weak. Only by still go out and make him desplaka and bagarapi come up lol mama. Remember the youngest person that was accused na only rape him na brook him or bun blong him. She was 5 years old. That happened in our country. It happened under our watch. Isla parliament must have him neck blow him na talk no God na no more. Stop him. We cannot operate guise of Christianity and call ourselves prayer warriors. Na bay mi kam go na maki mo bla Mary. Mama bla five bla piginin na talk em tasolia sanguma kilimem. Country. We must strengthen the enforcement of our, make sure that our laws work. There is one more gap in our legal system that I have to mention. And again, it is a failure enforcement. Underneath the law you mean now, as it stands, and I want to address this to the honorable members on this floor, Madam Assistant Speaker. Time one pla, Mary, Amy Karim one pla complaint igam lo police o se man blong emi paiti mem o suti mem no knife o brook him leg hand blong em o bagarapi. The woman does not pursue the case as a complainant, the case is dropped automatically. Now in Australia, they have a no-drop policy. That means that suppose Mary emi poret long gona, koti mani walking despla bagarapi come up. Policeman yet he can go na kiss him case na pursue him. And that is a change we need to make to our criminal laws to protect women and girls. Auntie or man, you may find out time complaint come lo Mary, all Mary say go. Report him lo police walk him walk, find him out, na carry me come lo court. That's all Mary say go back na withdraw him. 18,000 cases a year of violence perpetrated against women and girls in our country. Leaders, 18,000. Those are police statistics. Out of the 18,000, only about 200 get convicted and sent to jail. Suppose me, man, lo paiti Mary or rape Mary, me, some law, the statistics show very clearly that the law will not be able to catch biget blumi by Gwanda Moyet. If 18,000 cases of violence against women and girls a year and only 200 end up in prison, we have a serious problem. Me, like long police minister, na ask him you, me play walk lo time lo kiss him sample more through lo committee, all walk by step inside lo display area lo deal want them all cases belong domestic na sexual violence. Blomibla long lay, Mosby na Mount Hagen, but look to Olga province, and make sure we have special, and if I can request female officers. Suppose you can make him all same, you will be doing a lot to help our women and girls out there. One plus something, me sabe looking me all same, me feel you may need lo walk him, lo talk English, or call him positive discrimination. When we see that 50% of our population is unable to participate for various reasons in the economic and other developmental agendas of our country, we need to discriminate positively. You may need lo supporting all Mary, all man. Now, a lot of people will say we need to support the men more. I think that in this country, Miblol man, we have an unfair advantage. This is a country with a high level of violence that's going on that's only good for men in their prime. Suppose you marry Or suppose you Piginini, this country is not for you. You strong Blaman, that's all, you can move forward in this country. We see that in everything, from elections. We see that in our communities, and that needs to change. Violence alone is not going to move this country forward. It is a country where men and women hold hands and contribute together. That's the kind of country that will move forward, as the chairman, the Honorable said. I would like to see at some point a bill being brought to the floor so we can make an amendment, so that we can have police yet look him heavy come up, police yet he go lame complaint, yet work him investigation, yet prosecute him, yet finish him this case. Let us not put the burden of proof on the complainant, particularly in the case of abuse, domestic violence, or serious violence against women and girls. Because time heavy kisi Mary number one time na imi sana bime you me walk him desla olga something antap no desla Mary number two time again. You know, leaders, yesterday, and because of the work we do, there was a video circulated of about 6 men raping a woman. I couldn't bring myself to watch that video. Of the rapists actually took the video of them doing it and posted it on social media. Me film also, this law pepi poretim law block country. Only no poretim parliament where isabe work him law. Because suppose only poret, only no nap kisim video long, only at work him something public. They wouldn't have done it. There is a flagrant and very vigorous rejection of the rule of law in our country by some members of our communities. Government in need law so him strong blongem through long police force. Now you hold him pass him this kind of line. Make him sabe long all. If we have to build a bigger, stronger prison, 2 or 3 prisons, so we can make sure that these people are punished. Me believe osam desla, and by cutting down kind of bigger person. We must do that, which is to bring the amendments and change the laws and toughen the laws. This plus suggestion where Governor Blomorbe, where me talk long chemical castration, it is done in other countries. Now, Misa, where you me plenty laugh. But if that bill comes on this floor, you will have the support. Amendment comes here of the people of ECP. It is time we send out a clear, strong message to perpetrators. MIPLA, as a country, we are taking a serious stand against these things, just like we did with the Glassman bill. To conclude, Madam Assistant Speaker, Wande Molgata, all honorable leaders of this House, you know, one of the things you plan to you house, you man, you have a duty to defend the women and girls in your community. I think you may plan to you miss in this house, you miss this. And I think the call is now coming. We have our young people up there watching this session, plus our civil society, our women are sitting behind us. And I think it's very important that the men in this house show in one strong voice that we will stand up and our women and girls. It starts in this house. Yeah. It starts with our actions, leaders. We have already shown this through the law that we have already passed in this house, but we must do more. We must break the cycle of violence. We must catch the perpetrators, and we must put them away. The challenge me put him long, government side, the Deputy Prime Minister, one time leader of government business. We have good organizations, non-governmental organizations. The law that I brought was drafted by volunteer Papua New Guineans who are working with the Tribal Foundation. There are many good organizations out there that are willing to draft laws for us. I am willing to bring a private member's bill or several private members' bills if the government will not do it. But I say again, to all the Let us send a message that is going to tell our women and girls that we value them and we want a safe and secure environment for all of our women and girls. Thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker.
Governor Isla, have time, me look sabi long mama sit down. Lohan kais, blomi lohia. Thank you lo you plakam. Long namel blong lo parliament. Thank you lo kam. Olga ta pikini lo han shoot blomi la upside. Thank you lo you plakam lo kam witness in this important session to the tail long abinun. Me play got 3 Mary in Satlon Parliament, 11th Parliament of the state of Papua New Guinea. Tete me igat lukla this la look sabi lo me ask him. Minister belong Labor and Employment, Honorable Kesi Sawang, lo give him bilik tok belong in Minister.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker. I also want to join this debate, and I take note of the paper that has been presented by the chairman of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Gender Equality. And second, I want to acknowledge your elevation to be the Assistant Speaker of our Parliament, and on behalf of my people of Rai Coast, as well as the women and girls and the children of Papua New Guinea, we want to thank the government of Mara Barroso for that honor of appointing a woman to sit in this chair in the third term of our government. Madam Assistant Speaker, gender equality is not about women and only for women. Gender equality is every man's role to play in achieving this goal. And on that note, I thank our Prime Minister for the strategy that he has given to various members of Parliament to undertake, and one of that was the Permanent Parliament on equality led by the provincial member for NCD, the governor for NCD. Madam Speaker, elevating of women and girls remains one of our most pressing development needs. Let me present some statistics around Papua New Guinea. As we are all aware, in the National Parliament, we have 3 women members of Parliament. The Honorable the Governor for Central Province, yourself, Madam Speaker, the member for North Bougainville, and myself. 300% improvement in gender representation in political leadership by moving from 0 in the last parliament to 3 in this parliament. Should we feel proud as a nation? Yes, as well as absolutely no. More people want their governing bodies to look like them, feel like them, and think like them. Girls and women make up just under at 47.9%. 3 seats occupied by women out of 118 available seats is 0.5%. So girls and women comprise 47.9% of the population, but only have representation of 0.5% in Parliament. Clearly, we have a lot more to do in this space. Madam Assistant Speaker, colleagues in this Parliament, I make one simple observation. Without lived experiences as a girl or as a woman, it's hard to understand the challenges that women and girls in Papua New Guinea face. This affects fair and just policy, and gender representation is skewed. Madam Speaker, let me share some labor market statistics. Women are slightly less likely to participate in labor force. In Papua New Guinea, 50.6% compared with 53.1%. We see considerably lower employment rates for women. From superannuation, we see that around 25% of formal labor workforce are women. This is an extraordinary gap and should We need to increase the labor participation rate for women in formal business and enterprising. Madam Speaker, Madam Assistant, a recent survey of workers in formal and informal jobs a median or average wage of 763 kina per month. This survey estimates that of 13.7%. In other words, on average, men earn 13.7% more than women. The question is this acceptable or not? No, it's not. Further, Madam Assistant Speaker, a 2004 study finds that globally women have just under 2/3 of the legal rights of social participation. The gender gap, however, for PNG is more stark, having 47 after accounting for significant weaknesses in the implementation framework of our country, falls to 10%. Madam Speaker, Madam Assistant Speaker, this matter. Of course, we have an obligation to improve the lives and livelihoods of women, and that alone should be sufficient reason to act. But there are economic and social benefits. Recent analysis suggests that if women participated equally in the labor force market, average income of Papua New Guinea would be 20% higher over the long run. To put this into perspective, Madam Speaker, the real national income of Papua New Guinea is estimated to be 75.7 billion this year. That is 25. I'm talking about the real national income. It should be 15 billion eliminated the gender in the labor market. This is greater national prosperity, a higher standard of living, and better quality for all Papua New Guineans. Madam Assistant Speaker, as part of my ministerial priorities, I will be bringing government a legislative program that will amend our labor laws to remove barriers and eliminate discrimination against the workplace and improve the world of work more generally. I look forward to the Constitutional Law Reform Commission report and recommendation on mandatory paid leave so I can lead the government's response to this. I also want to thank the Maraperos in the convention that requires have violence against and harassment against women and girls. Madam Assistant Speaker, we must tackle gender discrimination in remuneration. I will also seek legislative amendments to ensure equal remuneration for men and women workers. Value. I look forward to this Honorable House, Madam Assistant Speaker, support the government's legislative amendments to improve outcomes for women in the world of work. Madam, I thank this Honorable House for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Long line, we're tuning the show long TV and radio. Me play walk long, you got long floor now, me play debate in this la. Paper Governor Blong, NCD and me table him tete, long morning coming up now. So if you've just joined us, me ask him now, member Blong Mosby Northwest, Honorable Samuel. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker. And firstly, before I give my speech, I'd like to congratulate you on behalf of the people of Mosby Northwest for your elevation to the seat of Assistant Speaker. I rise to also support our chairman, my chairman of the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Parliamentary Committee, Permanent Parliamentary Committee, the Honorable Paul Pakop. Thank you for the passionate and very detailed presentation of the plight of our women in Papua New Guinea. The question we should be asking as leaders, rather than be very rhetorical, is what are we going to do as leaders or as representatives of various districts? I've had a chat with the Honorable Pakop, and he has given me the blessing to commence or set up a secretariat, the Mosby Northwest GBV Secretariat, which we will be launching soon, to deal with this pandemic just in the Northwest area, and also our people of Motukoita. We will do a pilot project and see how we go in just focusing on Northwest to see how we can address this situation. So I encourage the rest of the leaders, if we are successful in this pilot project, we can use that as a blueprint. So I thank the Honorable Governor for supporting me on this initiative to launch very soon the Northwest GBV Secretariat. Thank you, Assistant Speaker and leaders.
Thank you. Honourable Governor, Blong Central Province, Honourable Rufina Peter.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker. Let me, first of all, on behalf of the people of Central Province, of the women and girls of Papua New Guinea, and of the families of this country, congratulate you on your appointment as Assistant Speaker. It is indeed an historic moment, and the timeliness of it is actually very significant as well, as we are coming to celebrate or commemorate our 50th year of independence. To see a woman sitting and occupying the seat of a speaker is indeed an achievement. So I thank the Speaker of Parliament, the Prime Minister, and those responsible for making that a reality. I want to start by remembering all of the women and men who have lost their lives due to gender-based violence. I want to remember their families who may be still, or who are still grieving the loss of their loved one that passed on based on gender-based violence. I also want to state that traditional societies in Papua New Guinea, at least the one I came from, differed significantly from what we see now in terms of gender-based violence. There was order, and the traditional governance system was in control of its people. And the leadership in our traditional societies command the authority, or demonstrate authority, and command the respect of their people in governing their people. This is an important realization or distinction I want to bring us as members, leaders on this floor to think about. I want to now acknowledge all of the governments, the previous prime ministers and governments who have been responsible for recognizing and doing something about preventing and responding to gender-based violence. Using the system of government in the year 2000, I acknowledge the government at the time that established the Family and Sexual Violence Committee, which was a sectoral committee of CIMC. I want to acknowledge all of those people that worked hard to put the first strategy in place. And there was another strategy after that, which then informed the current strategy that we're implementing. So the governments, the development partners, the civil society organizations, development partners, faith-based organizations, male champions in that implementation of the strategy, I want to acknowledge them. I think many of them as implementers actually do not seem to rest well. They're called up at 1 a.m., 3 a.m., whatever hours of the day to attend to victims of gender-based violence. And they attend to them regardless of what time of the day or night it is, regardless of how busy they are. They go out and reach out to these victims. So for all of the work that they do and they have done and continue to do, I want to recognize them, thank them, and acknowledge them. In saying that, I want to recognize especially the male champions in our country who have assisted to implement those strategies as they were formulated. I want to thank the current government for that special parliamentary committee in 2021. And I want to congratulate those and acknowledge the achievements of those members of that committee. And of course, I want to thank the chairman of the current committee, the Permanent Parliamentary Committee, and the deputy and all of us members of that committee. And of course, the donors who support us and other technical people, including our own people that help us in looking for strategies and that we can implement at all levels. In saying that, I also want to, I guess, bring to our attention in terms of empowerment of women. And I want to make mention of two members of parliament who, at that time, amidst very minority of members of parliament, expressed their need to do something to address the fact that we did not have many women on the floor of parliament. By bringing two separate private members' bills to utilize Section 102 102. The first in 1994 by the late Honorable John Neil Curry, and the second in 2003 by the Governor for Morobe, Honorable Luther Wenge. Both were unsuccessful at first reading, which reflects the ongoing political apathy about using any form of affirmative action in spite of the constitutional authority and duty of Parliament to do so. So Section 101 specifically states that we have two kinds of members, or we can have two kinds of members of Parliament, one elected and nominated by Section 101. So Section 102 states that the Parliament may appoint up to 3 members for which a 2/3 absolute majority vote is needed. And these are nominated members. So this Parliament has not been able to, successive parliaments have not been able to utilize that provision to ensure that there are more women in Parliament. So a lot have been said, very good points that have been made, including statistics by Honorable Casey Sawan. Excellent statistics there for all of us to see the importance of women empowerment, whether it be in economic empowerment, political representation empowerment here on the floor is what I'm talking about, but in empowerment also in other areas of life. We know that the contribution just by their participation will improve our development outcomes. So without adding to all of the very good discussions and points for us to reflect on and take note of and take action in our respective capacities, I want to also offer some actions that we need to also think about. The first thing I want to express here is the need for us as a government to address corruption, the issue of corruption. We cannot stand here and talk and pass laws and not follow those laws. As leaders, we must try to lead by example. So that means we should not be using our power, position of power, money to influence or divert any cause, any cases that have sufficient evidence to point perpetrators to imprisonment. Or if they are already convicted and sentenced, equally, we should not use position, money, power to get people out of prison, of perpetrators that were convicted and sentenced to jail. Second, I started off by trying to compare with our traditional governance structures and systems, because a lot of things that are facing us now are also contributing to the kind of violence that we are looking at, including gender-based violence and how those violent acts are committed. So it calls on us as leaders to look closely at the censorship of materials and what we allow into this country, and even taking tougher decisions like the ICT member, communication member had said about perhaps looking at banning Facebook. A lot of these things come because our children, our young people are looking at things that we don't even have control over, that influence how they think, that then translates into their attitude and behavior to see what we are. That's resulting in what we are seeing and what we are talking about today. The other suggestion that also includes the issue of illicit drugs that are present in the country now and how easily they have been moved around, and we don't seem to really have strong ways to address this. Because when people are intoxicated with drugs or under drugs, they can do the kinds of things that we are looking at and talking about. I also want us to look at, seriously looking at giving greater autonomy to provinces. Because the implementation of this national strategy to prevent and respond to the GBV, I think, when provinces take greater autonomy in terms of financial autonomy, in terms of HR, making decisions, with regards to people we recruit in the administration and in other places, I think we will have better handle of how to deal with some of the, not just gender-based violence, but other issues that are challenging us at the moment. So I think looking closely, more closely at greater autonomy for provinces will be a better, effective strategy in terms of development outcomes that we all as leaders and our people are wanting to see. And the implementations of the recommendation of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Elections is another important thing, another important action that we should look at. We need to ensure that the elections are held in a safe and fair manner, so that not only it increases the chances of women getting into parliament, but it improves the chance of leaders, male and female, good leaders getting into parliament. So I think it's about time, as we are reassessing our journey, 50 years journey now, and looking at the challenges that we are facing, perhaps we should also look at traditional governance systems at the lower levels of government, at local level government, and see how those can come in and positively influence and have an impact, positive impact on some of the issues that we are faced with, some of the challenges that we are faced with. So in concluding, I want to also, apart from those actions, also propose for us to again look at use the existing constitutional provision in section 101 and 102 for the nominated seats to see if we can give more representation of women and participation of women here on this floor of Parliament. And secondly, to introduce new enabling legislation for women's seats as in the case of Arab and Motukweta Assembly. So in closing, I want to just share an experience of in that space. In 2027, after the general elections, the Australian government, through a facility they had on empowerment of women parliamentary leaders, had a meeting in Honiara. And Honorable Kesi Sawan and I were invited, plus Lujaya Koze. She had just lost the election. And so 3 of us went from PNG to Honiara. And all the other Pacific Island women were there. Members of parliament, I'm sorry. Honorable members of those respective parliaments were there. And from Bougainville, we had Honorable Francisca Stemoso from the Bougainville House of Representatives. There, I think there was 2 of them there. And at that time, we had no women in parliament. And it made me feel very sad that PNG as a parliament, we had already 11 parliaments. And Bougainville, that just started out, was able to already have women using TSM, special reserve seats, to have women as elected members of parliament, apart from running the normal elections as well. And so that was a moment in time when I thought something is not right in our parliament. If we have stayed this long and we have not entertained that section 101 and 102, at least to have nominated seats, throwing out TSM, temporary special measures. What else do? We cannot go that way, continue to go that way. I am thankful that the preferential system has come in terms of elections, because I think it does give women a better chance, more chance of getting in rather than the first past the post. But seriously, on the eve of 50th independence anniversary, that is an issue we need to address as a parliament. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
Thank you, Governor Peter. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker. Milatoka, big thank you to lo. Miluksalo Yusinalo Disasit on this very important occasion on the debate regarding violence against women and children in our country. That tokem Gutlalo Yusinan, and it also shows the highest level that Parliament has accorded by putting you sitting on that chair and showing what we think of what our women should be respected and treated like. And I'd like to also commend the 2 women that grace us in Parliament. Yupla tripla graceim mipla lo Parliament, soy mosa mipla amamastruna. It shows that despite odds, women can succeed when they strive to do harder. And I'd like to commend all 3 of you in Parliament today. I'd like to join this very important debate and acknowledge Governor Pakop for bringing this very important discussion to Parliament today. I'll be short. It is a scourge that has darkened our nation. It is a scourge that every right-thinking person, whether it be men, women, or children, should fight against with the strongest will. It is not an easy task. We have come a long way. But this thing that has evolved, this is something that has evolved, we come up here. This is violence, lo bagarabi mol trango, ol Mary, Yumi, ol Susa, ol Picanini. Mi blogger papa sinaun inside lo here one time triple mama. Mi pla tu no like him disla lo come up lo Picanini blo mi pla no family blo mi pla too. So one time disla mi pla bin sinaun longem. Mila assure him ogera Mary lo country blo mi no line sinaun inside lo stands.
that Parliament maybe all get but try best when or try and work him all this or something to stop him this perpetrators of violence against law community now Mary Picanini Mary Blue Yumi. And big person for him you play lo this la. Now lo this la soren sem Yumi looking penis governor talk time this la Parliament and me pass him this la Blahanti or Mr. Madam Assistant Speaker, all arrest him all finish now work him. And work the Parliament. Laws and mipla pass him. Lo make certain that this all something and mipla straight him. This kind people pass him, lo kind line of them must be pursued vigorously. Brand of justice. And most statistics and Governor Bed him so him finish. No so him most mipla no looks away. But yes, me also admit him, mipla must work him more. Mipla must work him more in our own ways. Mipla ogeda must work him. Me give him you this la time lo late 1980s, igolo 1990s, Madam Assistant Speaker. This la passing lo violence against all Mary Picanini, ego strong to mass. And start lo late 1980s, ego 90s. Passing lo killing Mary, lo passing lo Sanguma. Na call him name nothing. Na pass him lo glassman, he walk about, na walk him this like and pass him. Start lo late 1980s. These are late 1980s. Now I speak because this time maybe young plaki up stablo simbu. Na mino sa look him this like and trendy come up until the late 1980s. Na go 1990s is the trend them start come up, Mr. Madam Assistant Speaker. But this like trend them start evolve. Lo all get a house line blue mina one because lo Advent the social media, Facebook, all this like and something said come up. This time 1990s na come up and up too. So ting blow line. Madam Assistant Speaker, also look this la, also emulate him, and also mix him, want them sample all beliefs, me traditional beliefs, all mix him, want them sample all cultural beliefs, something go no he go strong through. No start passing blow, cook him all line, walk him, kill him all line, point him. Nothing now, especially to the innocent women and children. So this is something he go strong to mass. And this is like cold blow, good governor blow, central province. Lo you me, look la social media na manage him na ban him. I'm good la call. Me support him this la call blue because this la ting and bagarab him ting you me. We all look him now, all emulate him this la kind of activities, Madam Assistant Speaker. Then you may come back, may come start, me stop save one time police lolly. Now me look in plenty lo police station, Madam Assistant Speaker. Plenty line, all been talk time, Mary all party mall or kind of some come up lo station. Oh but talk sending blue na man blue, go na straight him. Go straight him lo house line. That, Madam Assistant Speaker, was in those days. I am glad to say that now the police example in Leh, we have set up a very efficient FSVU unit, Family Sexual Violence Unit. Now this unit, Madam Assistant Speaker, I'm comprising all merit as well. You man, you stop, now you go and all court him, you marry you court you, now you go to this unit lo Leh. You saw si you baksim big headpan straight, but you karabu so you na kamara said lo this office. So this la mila commend him kind of line of sem lo FSV unit. All staff lem, me commend him police minister no line lo strong him this lo unit. Na this la unit must emulate him lo all get a province na town blue you me. So I'm place where all mama all picking him Mary garevi all can go sit down easy na talk one time. All mama and walk inside lab as all police Mary na kind of sem. And believe me, this like FSVU unit, plenty man me talk long all talk, hey, tay mama koti mina mi go this lab, misa minu na come back here. To the point that all mama too physically manhandle him one more months up IT Mary blow inside of this lab. So commendations law. And I point again to another instance. About a month ago, young teacher, Mary, I'm got two piginini, Mary Morobe, and teach law. One pla bush lo Eastern Islands. But man blame paiti mem, two pla the teacher, man blame paiti and bagarabe mem. But this la young teacher and bring him
country blame. Country blame look him, local level government president blame Lole, the IE president, and bring him me. And then me ring him police station commander Logoroka. But police station commander, within 5 minutes, the FSVU unit in Goroka, want them FSVU unit Lole, all been combined or rescue and finish Islam Mary before lo me ring. So these things, what I'm trying to say is that if we take particular interest, not just members of parliament, not just LLG presidents, but as men in our societies. So as you may organize stuff, you may take him strong pla, stand against this la. Em lo ogada man, you may ogada os governor blo morabetok, ino ogada man em nungut. They got all sampla line em nungut. But suppose you may ogada man, condone him na, ten him blind eye lo disla, em ol disla legally nungut man, but still walking more yet. Em ba disla, young pla meri bin dai lo boroko, ba ino nap ka, lo boroko, ino nap come up. Suppose all man bin san up round lo disla time, all bin san up na hali bime. Me give him napla example too. Lo attitude blue me. Me bin talk lo on high school lo lay. Madam Assistant Speaker, about a month ago, me talk lo Bugandi High School. I addressed the grade 12s, the grade 11 students, men and women, and told them, pasin blo respect him or mama na pingni Mary and big plus something. You bla walk about. No can look tasol. You look at something wrong, you straight him too. That afternoon, one young boy, walking with a group of his schoolmates, all 17-year-old young piginini, all come lo eriku. Now this group of young students saw one man fight him Mary blame. Now all get a man stand up, now watch him tupla, now cheer him on, now kind of some stuff. But this young, brave 17-year-old boy, he went and stopped the fighting. I'm going to stop him tupla, now protect him this la Mary where em no savelongam. The gist of the matter is, Madam Assistant Speaker, while parliaments must do it utmost, law finance him, send him law, and ensure him that the arms of enforcement he must strong. Parliament inuna go down and mipla go walk him, or get a walk lo street na something too. This is something stop lo attitude blue me all get a man marry inside lo country blue me. Especially mipla pikinini man. Mipla must send him attitude blue mipla. Mipla must send him ethics blo mipla. Mipla must take responsibility lo mipla. Kano se mi tambu tru lo paiti meri. Mi nusa paiti one bla pikini blo mi. Mi sa koros lo mausa sol. All pikini man blo mi tu. Now all nusa paiti meri blo. But now by you go inside lo planti up. Papa paiti mama pen pikini look sab go paiti meri blame na kind something osem too. This law get us something. Madam Assistant Speaker, it comes down to awareness, ethics, responsibility. Blo yumi ogada na must respect him all pikini meri. Respect and big plus something true now me look him. Lo country blue yumi or plenty line lose him. Plenty man or blame him. Parliament. Madam Assistant Speaker. Work blue mipla lo parliament and lo provide him good play law like the Glassman Act. Mipla work him finish. Work blue enforcement and work blue police law work him. And mipla give him finish money law, police law work him, magisterial services law work him. Now and work blow or one line, lo all two, the ordinary person, send him attitude. You walk about lo boroko na you look him or pull him back blow on the man, stop him. You look him or say, or talk no good one pla picking him Mary, you son up, you picking him man, you stop him too. In na boga that time, but government work lolo yen and mipla go down again and enforcing again tamblo too. So while me assure him, ogada picking him Mary, lo here, me too got picking him Mary. Me like him almost walk about free. Lo place kanaka na lo city. But responsibility na honest. Blo yumi ogada, Madam Assistant Speaker, is for all of us to practice this la passion. Yumi ogada must practice him. Lo place kanaka bli 1-1, you must run up. Suppose all cooking one pla Mary lo close to lo place. You find out who those guys are, report him lo police na make certain that all come. Plenty time policeman. Ila go arrest him this la kind of line. Online lo place pa talk, mipla no sa usat work. Mipla inokila usat work. Ikat low blow prosecution stop. Ikat low blow arrest stop. Police go lo arrest him, but no man provide him evidence. Lo this la case where Governor Bird talk lo Morobe even come up, and trupla case, lo one pla district blumpla. But we made it our personal business to ensure that me ring him, PPC lo this la, provided the necessary funding, the logistics, to ensure the perpetrators got arrested. And those perpetrators are now serving time behind bars for 5 years, as statistics blow, Governor Bird talk. Mipa sotim tok lo, disla, it needs, well, this coach, and one plus big plus something through lo country blue you me, legally something. Need him effort, consolidated, united effort, blue you me ogeda. Start lo miplo parliamentarians, mipla start and work mipla must work him law, and work mipla. He go down, police must enforce him ogeda this law. Magistrates too all sit down, or must make certain these perpetrators face the full brunt of the law. Na yumi woke mi ko, na yumi yet, all citizens blo Papua New Guinea, especially people pikinini man, yumi too must change him attitude, respect him, all marry stop, na yumi ogada stop. This like me appeal lo yumi ogada pikinini man, that yumi no can stop. Time you look him wrong, he come up, Madam Assistant Speaker, make certain that the perpetrators, you report them. If you cannot hold them, you got mobile phone, you call in police, you identify them all and make certain that they face the full brunt of the law. This can be emulated in our villages where you may all get a sit down and you may all get a leader man to one place blue me. Time Liglik village blue me got heavy, you must time you me sit down, school him, or line blue me law place, Madam Assistant Speaker. He got all line stuff in the place. This time, all bakarapim, all Mary, now picking him Mary lol. Place blue me. He got money snap stop. He got all leader man snap stop. Walk blower, lo report him, this la crime, na help him, na stop him. One day this la finally, Madam Assistant Speaker, me commend him. This la good pla work. The Governor Pakop, one time online blame. Na me to commend him. Government, lo set him up, realize him, na set him up. This la permanent parliamentary committee because we realize that this scourge is a big thing that affects the women of our nation. We'll assure him, Mary, that we'll do our best, our ultimate best. Mipla too got picking in Mary. Mipla too got Mama na Kandre. We'll do our best to ensure that our women must walk free, or must walk about free, lo get up. You can wear him one kind dress or one Sunday you walk about. You can walk about the 1 o'clock morning, lo boroko or leriko. That is your right as citizens of this country. I can assure you that our government will continue on both sides of the house. Me talk and me saw, me all get all papa, na mama, me sinan there. I'd like to assure everyone that we'll do our ultimate best, and we owe it to our women folk in this nation and our daughters. Thank you, through, Madam Assistant Speaker.
Honorable Member Blong Alotau, Honorable Morris. Oh, Honorable Sepuka.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker, and once again, second time, I congratulate you, particularly for today that you are in the most important chair to manage this important debate and beginning of a very important national conversation, equality amongst our mothers and daughters in Papua New Guinea. I want to also thank the Prime Minister for allowing the permanency of this important committee. And thank you, the Chairman and Deputy Chairman of the committee, for this important report. I am sure that our children and mothers who are listening throughout the country today, as the Deputy Prime Minister has rightly assured, you can be assured that your big house is now having an important conversation on the safety for all of you throughout the country. And I appeal to residents, or particularly residents of towns and cities in the country. I appeal to young men in particular in this debate. Please respect our mothers and respect our daughters. Allow them to walk freely in their city. What's wrong with that? Let them achieve their dreams. You know, since independence, when the 8-point plan was drafted, one of them was localization. And I can tell you that today, as we are preparing to celebrate our 50th birthday as a nation, we have produced so many girls who are now doctors, so many girls also pilots, engineers, accountants, teachers. So young girls out there, you can still dream your dreams. You can still dream your dreams. One day you will also become a doctor. One day you will also become a lawyer, an accountant, and one day you will also become a parliamentarian. You can still have your dreams because development is a long-term process. We are only 50 years old this year, and short time. And the fact that this 11th parliament is now having a conversation on the issue of equity, gender equity, we also includes boys too. Equity means fairness to girls and boys to access resources, access protection, and access opportunities. That's what equity means. But unfortunately, the reason why this honorable House is debating this issue because in the family of the United Nations, when UNDP assessed us in 2021 on the GII, the Gender Inequality Index, they call it GII, out of the 161 countries, we rated 160. So we are way down there, right in the bottom. And so today, our conversation now is we need to move up now. We need to move up, leave 160, and come up to at least middle, number 80 in the world. And so in the next 50 years, we will have to fight now. All the young girls and boys sitting out there, either in this honorable House here, amongst the mothers here, or out there in the country, your opportunities will be there. I want to highlight 3 variants that are usually used by the United Nations on calculating this GII, the Gender Inequality Index. And then they rate us, and we are now 160 out of 161 in the 2021 ratings. Number 1 of them is reproductive inequality. And as a medical doctor, I want to emphasize that one of the areas that our women and girls suffer most is the inaccessibility of reproductive services in this country. And so, Mama by Karim, one baby, and then 1 year later, another baby, without the mother choosing to space the children. I want to appeal to the Minister for Health and the Prime Minister. Spending money on providing family health services in every village is the right decision to make rather than spending money in other areas, because this will empower girls and women in this country. It is a very simple, the policy is there, and therefore I appeal something that is doable, and this is a doable thing. We can empower our girls and women, and they have to decide when they should have their first baby or how many they should have, how should they space them. And only family health services can provide those facilities, and it doesn't cost much to do it. So in this first variant of reproductive policy, which contributes to the inequality, Gender Inequality Index, this is an area that PNG is failing. And so it is a doable thing, it's a low-hanging fruit, and if the Minister for Health can provide the funding, I think we can provide family planning services throughout the country in a very, very quick manner. The second variant is empowerment, which we are all talking about. And I want to highlight the recommendation number 61 of the Special Parliamentary Committee on the National Elections, which Honorable Governor for East Sepik was the chairman, and I was the deputy chairman. Recommendation number 61, for those of you who haven't read it, I still want to recommend that this report has not yet been debated. that 2022 parliamentary report on the election has not yet been debated, so I recommend that on Thursday, this leader of government business, if you can allow this report to be debated so that Parliament approves it, like what we are doing with this report, because the elections is very, very important. Recommendation number 61 of the Special Parliamentary Committee reads like this: the Parliament passed a constitutional amendment supported by amendments to the organic laws to introduce 22 reserved seats for women. That's a recommendation of the committee. 22 reserved seats for women that will automatically increase representation in the highest house of the land, the National Parliament. As the Governor for Central has rightly said, Bougainville has done it, Motukoita has done it, Parliament has to do it. And the recommendation is there. In the world, the country with the highest number of women parliamentarians in the world is Rwanda. Now, all of us know Rwanda, violent and all the others that you and I talk of. 63.7% of the lower house are women, and 53.8% of the upper house Senate are women. If one country in the world achieved that, then you mean sit down here. Deputy Prime Minister talk about us trying to do things at our own level, awareness, DDAs, etc., etc. 38 ministers of cabinet. You got an opportunity now to empower your staff, your departmental heads. How many women are you going to appoint in those positions? And I think this Honorable House needs to seriously look at Recommendation 61 of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Elections. We recommended 22 seats to be specifically allocated for women for this Honorable House. That means that we may move to the bicameral rather than maintain the unicameral forever and ever. And so in the 50th year of our anniversary, I think we have to do a restructuring of this Honorable House. Just close to 50% of our population is our women, and therefore this House deserves their representation to at least that level. Like the Honorable Member for Port Moresby North East, West, he said that he's establishing a team that will take charge of this issue. My DDA has made a decision to now appoint the church rep who passed away, a woman, so that the DDA is equally balanced. And that's the decisions that we have to make. We have the power to make. I have 3 local level governments, 3 presidents are men. I have a women rep and a youth rep and a church rep. So we have decided, and we are waiting for the church to nominate the women's rep to come to the DDA. I think at that level, I think there is a lot of agreements and a lot of sentiments expressed that perhaps at that level, 30% probably is a figure to drive towards. 30% of our staff, 30% of our SOE CEOs, 30% of departmental heads, 30% of board membership. And those are, you don't have to pass the law to do those things. We in decision-making powers, like all the ministers and DDA chairman, the prime minister, the deputy prime minister is there, we can actually make these decisions to empower our women. So empowerment at the decision-making level is very, very important in my view. And therefore, I just wanted to highlight what my governor, Central Province, referred to the recommendation of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Elections. I think Prime Minister and the Attorney General I strongly recommend that we seriously look at this in this 50th year of our anniversary, not only at the Parliament, but we look at the LLG, we look at the provincial assemblies. I think this is an area that we can empower women, particularly at the decision-making level. The third variant that UN uses for Gender Inequality Index, GII, is the labor market, which our Minister for Labor articulated. I think the Minister has an enormous opportunity to really seriously look at this enormous space where decisions can be made without legislation on the appointment of people in this space in the labor market. So, Madam Assistant Speaker, the conversation began. Thank you, Prime Minister, Chairman of the committee and Deputy Chair. Thank you, leaders that have spoken. I think this conversation must continue to now become institutionalized. We have to now institutionalize every process. For example, while I was Public Service Minister, I introduced a GESI policy, Gender Equity and Social Inclusiveness Policy. So the public service is under the GESI policy at the moment. That brings in the equity component. And so I think we really have a great opportunity. I think we can turn around this country in empowering women through representation on the floor of Parliament, like what Bougainville has done, like what Motukoita has done. And I think if we bring more women on the floor of Parliament, like Honorable Madam Chair, yourself, Minister for Labor, and my own Governor, Central Province, I think more voices for our women in this country will be echoed in this honorable house. And I strongly commend this conversation to continue throughout. And I also strongly recommend that we should also have another presentation on economy and law and order. I think these three are outstanding to support this important conversation that we are having. Thank you, Madam Assistant Governor.
Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Once again, I congratulate you to take up the seat. With your experience, it's easy to walk over. God has given you and bless you. I also wanted to contribute in this debate, and members have contributed. I support them. Those are things that we should take note. In 1995 and 97, I was elected or short-term member of Parliament. Then court ousted me. Then I was a minister for public service for 1 week, of course. I never experienced any C2. Never mind, God is fair. It's given me 10 years to stay. I hope to stay for another 10 years too.
Go ahead, Attorney General.
Thank you. In that short time in Parliament, Councilwoman then brought a submission motion to this Parliament. I was the first member endorsing that motion to have 4 members representing the country, 4 lady folks, to have a seat in Parliament. And I supported and we lost. Never mind, I still have this burning feeling that women folks must be given a fair chance in the decision making. Parliament is the highest decision making body. So I take Honorable Bukatemo's committee, or he has recommended we'll take this one on board, and it's about time that we should make amendments to cater for our women folks, and by amending the Constitution to give them a rightful place in this Parliament. By doing that, they will partake in the decision-making process. But having said this, most problems we face, not all male folks contributed. Women folks are also contributed. Their custom, passing the place, almost bianim. Supposedly no bianim, this like custom. Man think that woman is overriding him and he's taking, then he's using over powers that, strength that he has. And so, passing long and drinking beer, chewing bill nut, smoking. In the past, in our tradition, women was never smoke. Very rarely women smoke. But now you can see the woman is smoking. And then drinking beer as well. Women folks have to take responsibility too. If you drink and walk on the street, what do you reckon? Boys will allow you to walk on the street. That's an opportunity you're taking on. The responsibility goes to both men and women to take care of ourselves. So I want women folks to follow our tradition, custom and passing law place. So having said this, Mr. Assistant Speaker, once again, I believe that women folks must be given a fair chance to debate. I congratulate you, three of you in Parliament. So hopefully we will have more women folks in future. That money like working decision. Some Marisa talk money like go. Noken. That's all. Suppose some of the time all money no sarem talk. That's all. Some will talk long. All harem talk. And this like by advice all Marisa give him. Usually the best advice all Marisa give him. So we must give our folks the rightful place in this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for International Trade and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Between me like debate law, this is a very important statement where our good chairman and me giving. Firstly, I want to thank the chairman and your committee for a job well done. Mibla Master report you can present him. I listened very carefully to your report and what is concerning me and Mosem. Data where you give him where every 10 seconds, he got one play incident of violence against women in Papua New Guinea. And we have over 3 million cases a year. That's staggering. And not only that, you talk also, the situation is getting worse rather than getting better. That's a very big concern to all of us now. As the Speaker, me, thinking planning of what I must do in my own district. Law minimizing this incident. I had an opportunity to live and work in Australia for 2.5 years. Now, me like talk law culture belong long culture belong discriminate against women, now violence against women and children. Time I come up to Australia, I was warned. You pay the big neighbor, police come. Any neighbor looking you, but in police ball come yet. They'll take your children away. But the merit to one kind. In societies like Australia, there is no tolerance whatsoever for violence against women or picking the aim. The system works. Time you touch him all, any neighbor call police companies. Mr. Speaker, in this country, by solving block custom and by Mary Pinis, we have a systematic entrance culture where we tolerate this incidents, block violence against women, girls, even discrimination against women. So it's really a culture issue where you may need to deal with seriously if we are going to reduce the incidence of violence against women, discrimination against women. And is so entrenched because of our culture to even help him. You ring a policeman and say, "Man, if touch him, Mary Blame, they won't come for a long time or next day." We don't have a culture that if you touch him, Mama or Susa, police will arrive on the spot. That's not entrenched in the culture of the police force. Only even come to. So we have very serious issues long, culture and policy. Narbla Muslim. My district may like police Mary will stop because they will effectively deal with them issue of violence against women. Immediately short law, you know what police Mary available. So, Chairman Blow Committee, one presenting me like you please look long him. Is the number of policewomen, because most districts don't even have policewomen, who are going to attend to the incidents. Lomi or police Mary, they understand the situation better, but on Mamaya. They will deal with the issues and fix the men that need to be fixed. So please see me look the number of police women in the country, increase the number and specifically put them all in charge of section will look at him, violence against women and girls. They will deal with them more effectively. Now me building one building new house. I want to give a police car to a woman. I want to recruit a policewoman to be in charge of that section in my district. Close to time, younger back at mobile police now. You said, man, me want you now. Many police man by many police by ringing me mobile come now, house play you. We need to have a culture where we don't tolerate this business in Papua New Guinea. And then depend on you, one member going down to our district and put him system na set up to deal with this like incidents. I support the chairman and the committee. We cannot next 5 years have the number continue to increase. We must show in progress in the reduction blow, number of incidents. And that means we must have a systematic approach to this. Like Sapuka we must institutionalize the system and set up to deal with the incidents. And very, very important. Be like strong talk. Number two, people over there got safe house, one district. So any incidents, all both very low safe house by ringing police, me walk one in police, and we will deal with them. So this me now, this year I'll build my safe house. We are committed, mothers, we want to do it, but we must work right across the country to have impact. So thank you, Emily Debate Lomi. I am for the women, and I don't want to see violence against women anymore. And I want to make sure that you may not discriminate against all mama. They're a very important part of our country, and me support him through this report, and I want to see action. Next 1 year, 2 years, you may not look after the survey, incidents you want to have. I want to see a reduction, and we must take action. I'm time to act. Talk enough. Yeah. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member Blong Wa Warrior. You go.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker, Luxor, all Mama and all Pigini Meriblo Wawaria. Madam Assistant Speaker, me before me go ahead, me like acknowledge me too, me one block committee member blong, committee member block Governor Power Spakop. Now one statement and bring him come to the floor. Now walk him and me support him. Now me too support him. Triple put him low floor. You will take action on him. Madam Assistant Speaker, me like talk long him long all place where all birwa all mama now pini merry blue me sapain him. Kat plan di place we all sapain him birwa long him. One pla also sapain him lo house long olet. Nara pla also sapain him long school or workplace lo garden lo road. Lo plan di apple sapain him birwa. But now lo this la time na age na technology one pla place where all young pla Mary na all mama sapain him birwa long him long internet or social media platform. Now I think this la me like highlight him. Lo display honorable house so that you can sawe and look sawe na panim sampla road where you can help him all pigini Mary blue me na all women in this country. Internet na social media emno one plan nungut something too. Wampla good plus something. Na awesome. Wampla tupla important. Wampla tupla important something social media na internet sa working long Mary na all women in this country. Number one providing one platform. Providing one platform where all Mary now all Mary women blame me also go na using this platform lo working business. So miss all plenty all Mary all using this platform no working business. All marketing all Mary blouse plong all karam all kaige all marketing na salim cooking na salim plenty something all working mandap lo platform da this Facebook platform. So I want good plus something this platform and bring him. Nara plus something, good plus something, and this platform or social media bring him. I'm creating one plus space where all Mary before, so you make a passing or so you mean less long, or so culture means restrict him all Mary now, all mama lo walk him talk. You mean talk now, walk him this in them, something lo mantas all. But this platform I'm creating all Mary all freely all come out, lo media all come out long. Social media platform all express him thinking long, all express him consent long. So I'm also providing all political empowerment long all Marina, all girls play me. So I'm me looking to play road where I'm this platform I'm working. But I think got plenty of good something I'm this platform working, but something this platform I'm providing internet na social media providing. I'm no good too much. I'm bagrab him through all Mary, no mama blame me. Number one, harassment, na bully. You me old man, you me go to social media and plenty of some old man's afraid lo man, so almost a walking just like an attack lo social media. Now keyboard warriors, almost a walking just like an attack. But time all Mary go and all dress up also one all put the picture up also one all walking up like and comment them. Kain kan harassment na kain kan bully sa kama manda social media. Mosem this social media platform no katum la control threat. Na kain harassment, kain bully sa kama. I think recently you me looking one block good play young play Mary representing this country long sim big play attack social media. So this line one block no good something this social media platform and bring him come. Narabla something this social media I'm creating one avenue where plenty all misinformation na disinformation na all man thinking all bagarap lem or Mary thinking all bagarap all stop lo one plap all go sensitive face long Mary sensitive face long putting face long narapla Mary rousing more clothes long all walking can. I think some problem is all la too. So all put him can under social media platform na salimi go na plenty or mama na girls all affected lo this la psychologically all no walking so true picture up lo narapla but all put the big face lo under this la picture all simple la bagrap psychologically affect na affect him all tasol a man lo papa lo family members lo to affected lo this la kan platform one bla nungut something this la platform karem kami this la country narapla something all use him now as a WhatsApp stuff narapla social media platform all call him Telegram, Facebook all use him or Signal all use him all this like a platform long all grease him all yang pla pigni blame me all him thinking lo line want them money want them cargo kain so this la nugut you think also pigni blame stop lo one plap nogat narapla man stop la upside them use him all this la platform past them this la nogat them also come la house na you ba luglu guta you saw us pini Mary blue gosonem anti blue gosonem but now on the social media and all using phone you ba saw them all connect na grisimol na kind of some exploitation them come up on social media. So I'm not nugut something of this social media platform and bring him to the country. So me highlight him or this law something that you can saw long him. You can saw so social media good la but I'm got nugut long him too. Nugut blame him big law or good la blame him big law. You mean leaders lose laws and now time to scale him now. You scale him na look him. Okay, narapla something internet and social media and bring him come to this country and pornography, pornography. Now, victim lo pornography, you know, you all man. All victims lo pornography, all trango, all pini Mary blame all mama blame all Mary all plenty victims lo pornography. Rape was in them go big plan. Kind, sexual access or desire long all man. All line him lo internet now, all the time lo practice him all. All pini Mary blame all mama blame kind of sema. Plenty this la background sexual abuse them come up because the access lo this like kind of pornography platform. So, Madam Assistant Speaker, this la more points me raising me more sample all you know also sample all one impact long social media, impact long internet having impact long all mama na or pini Mary blame la country. But awesome leaders you may stop good love long social media, got no good long social media. So me stop na sab aman lo group lemi you me work mosam sapla you me like ban him social media. You me like ban him social media na kind of say I'm thinking him come strong also you must ban him social media. But you me your leaders you must understand also media and fourth estate of a democratic society. Media is the fourth estate of a democratic society. You may not completely ban him. You may must work him some research. You may pass him kind of law inside law this house here. Me no looking you may conduct him on a referendum. Me no looking you may conduct him on inquiry. Now you may bring him this result or this come now you may pass him also law inside. You may must work him me no clear but me like him lo site lo social media you may like so similar ban him. You may must conduct him on inquiry. Lose him all online affected lo this platform. All must come na sharing thinking blon. All must talk. You may ban him or not. So talk. You may ban him. Okay. You may ban him. So talk. Not. You may come up with some nupla idea or some way you may can control him this platform. Okay. You may work him awesome. So Madam Assistant Speaker, committee blow me and one kind of committee blow gawana and work him earrings blowing them kam. Me to committee blow me start working this process. Lo under the social media na media. La our affecting development na sample something awesome. So me appeal, Madam Speaker, me appeal lo is la floor. Lo looks out lo committee blow me na help me blow committee members lo go out next thinking blow public. Go out next thinking blow public. One him thinking all God lo this la social media platform. All can talk you mean you may come na me blow recommendation lo floor blow parliament so you may can pass him good law can benefit them on marry now or marry all women in this country. Thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker. I'm this contribution from me long. This debate.
Thank you, Thomas. Member Wawaria. Member Kairuku. Member Kairuku.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Assistant Speaker. Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, women and children in the gallery, our international partners, and most importantly, the resilient women and people of Papua New Guinea. Today I rise with a heavy heart, but also with unwavering hope. We gather here under the banner of this year's theme, Let's End Violence, or gender-based violence and or equality. To confront a crisis that has plagued our society for far too long. Gender-based violence is not just a women's issue, it is a national issue, human issue, and a development issue. It is a barrier to the progress and prosperity of Papua New Guinea. I want to begin by acknowledging the tireless efforts of Honorable Governor Powers Pakup and the members of Gender-Based Violence Committee. Your unwavering advocacy, your courage to speak out, and your commitment to action have been a beacon of hope for our nation. I also extend my gratitude to the international partners, including United Nations, the European Union, and other organizations for standing with us in this fight. Your support reminds us that this is a global struggle and together we can overcome it. To my fellow members of Parliament, I urge you all to reflect on the power and responsibility we hold. Our decisions, policies, and our actions or inactions shape the lives of our people. Let us use this power to create a Papua New Guinea where every woman, every child, and every individual can live free from fear and violence. To the women of Papua New Guinea, I see you, I hear you. Your strength and your resilience and your courage inspire us all. You are not alone in this fight. We stand with you, we will be with you. We will not rest until your voices are heard, your rights are protected, and your lives are valued. Reaching a point where gender-based violence is eradicated from our society is not just a moral imperative. It is a cornerstone for the development of our country. A society free from violence is a society where children can dream, where families can thrive, and where communities can prosper. It is a society that paves the way for economic growth, social harmony, and national pride. But words alone are not enough. We must strengthen our laws, ensure the enforcement, and provide support for survivors. We must educate our people, challenge harmful norms, and foster a culture of respect and equality. And we must hold ourselves accountable as leaders and as citizens to the promise of a better future. Honorable Madam Speaker, Madam Assistant Speaker, let this session of Parliament be remembered as a turning point. Let it be the moment when we said enough is enough. Let it be the moment when we choose courage over complacency, action over apathy, and unity over division. Together, let us build a Papua New Guinea where gender-based violence is not just reduced but eradicated. Let us build a nation where every individual can live with dignity, safety, and hope. Madam Assistant Speaker, thank you so much. Whilst I also have the opportunity, I think last week I was also going to pay my tribute to the last man standing, Julius, but I never had the opportunity. If I may be allowed, I'll also say a few words to that regard.
Member Kairuko, that won't be possible.
I can.
On
Thank
Friday.
you.
We keep that for Friday?
On behalf of
Member
people of...
Kairuko? Oh, we can go ahead. Okay.
I'll be very
Sure.
brief. On behalf of people of Kairuku and my family, I would like to offer my condolences also to the last man standing, former Prime Minister, former two-term Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, in Sir Julius Chen, and Governor for New Ireland. I was privileged amongst other members of Parliament. I think notable were Honorable Benjamin Moole and the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Iguan, who had the privilege of having dinner on the 5th of March at the Piklam Houseboy in Horis village. I also had the privilege to have overnighted in the village and attended together with Prime Minister and other members of Parliament for the late Grand Chief's burial at Manwantuat Hamlet in Horace Village. Yes, like every other member of parliament, many of us would want to emulate former statesmen and leaders of this nation. I've had former leaders of Kairuku in the House of Assembly. Member back then was white Australian, or white man rather, in Ron Slaughter, and the first member for Kairuku at 1977 post-elections was Simon Gu Foyeke from Eboa village in Mekio. Then after his passing through a by-election, a prominent and first Papua New Guinean lawyer, I think he took on the membership of Kairukuhiri for a 3-term time frame, followed by another senior statesman in Semoyave. Then I was the last member for the electorate, and I'm thankful to the Marape late Basil government for seeing the hardships and the plight in my former electorate, and seeing to facilitate in the split in the electorate to see a new electorate where I have come in as the pioneer member. Unfortunately, yes, sometimes I consider myself unlucky because in my political career in the last 30 years, I've been plagued with so many controversies, and the most recent one being hosted by courts. But that's understandable. Laws in this country are sharp, twin and sword, so you know, one page would be for you, the other against you, I guess, and that's reality in life we all face. But thank you so much for allowing me to speak, Madam Speaker, Madam Assistant Speaker, rather. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker. Plenty man to finish, like acknowledging achievement below you. And I'm glad too, island stop close to you. Island below you. I'm glad looks I looking smoke below you. I'm glad too, like below Mr. Trumpet. Lo talk hamamas. Lo you see him post or some assistant speaker. It's a great achievement for a woman of Papua New Guinea, for this great nation. And you represent them when you sit on the chair. You make a lot of young women and women of this nation proud with you seated out there at the chair. Thank you. Me too, me like acknowledging more visitors, believe or sit down, look backside, all students, young men and women, future leaders of this nation who are seated up there and listening to this debate on a subject that needs to be debated on. And so, as the young leaders seated out there, listening to the voices of leaders here on this floor, it is important that we address this issue of gender equality. Now, we begin to talk about the importance of women's role in our society. We know traditionally, women have been respected in our societies. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Governor Ansari and your committee, your deputy chair, and your committee for taking a bold step to bring forward this document, this paper, for deliberation on this floor of Parliament. I want to also thank the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and the leader of government business, and your cabinet, and the members of your caucus for seeing the importance of these discussions that we're having today. Madam Speaker, Assistant Speaker, traditionally, in the past, where money been plenty, low Papua New Guinea, and when men were moving from one area to another area, they've never forgotten to go about with their women. They saw the importance that in order for tribes to grow, in order for clans to grow, it is important that they took care of their women. And that has passed from generation to generation to where we are today. And times have changed, Madam Speaker, Assistant Speaker. And so with the changing of times, we also, in this modern day, in this modern era, must make some changes to meet those challenges that we face today. And so, Madam Speaker, Assistant Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank God Almighty. To take this opportunity to thank God Almighty that through His wisdom and His will, He has allowed women to be equal partners with men in whatever endeavors and developments that we go through. Women, Madam Assistant Speaker, have played important role in all aspects of society. They are caregivers, mothers, leaders, entrepreneurs, and even activists in some extent. They are the pillar of families and pillar in communities at large. Women play or make significant contributions to the world and continue to break down barriers to achieve equality. Women performs the roles of wives, partners, sisters, organizers, even administrators at home. More importantly, mothers, disciplinarians, teachers, health officers at home. In fact, our mothers were the first nurses we ever had. And Boss Mary Blowhouse. In the family, at the same time, where men have neglected their roles, women have stood in to take and shoulder the responsibility of men. Madam Assistant Speaker, women empowerment refers to the process of granting women the ability to make decisions for their lives, access equal opportunities, and break free from societal constraints. For centuries, women have faced discrimination and inequality in education, employment, and social status. But things have changed now. Women have greater and far more bigger responsibilities to achieve. Madam Assistant Speaker, a woman plays various roles in a man's life, starting as his mother, supporting his early years of growth and success. Our woman is also his sister, guiding him through moral values despite the complexities of gender. Later, woman becomes wife, life partner, and eventually the mother of our children. So there is a distinct difference between having a wife and a mother. And Madam Speaker, Assistant Speaker, women must be given the right to live free from violence and discrimination, to enjoy the highest attainment of standard of physical and mental health, must be educated, to own property, to vote freely, and that is something that we must emphasize here, to vote freely and earn an equal wage in employment and in business. Women play numerous roles in meadows, such as medical doctors, engineers, pilots, and so on. We must continue to endeavor to support our women folk to advance, Madam Speaker. Issues affecting our women have never been seriously addressed by successive governments. And I want to thank the Mara Peroso government today. Yes, we may have differing views about other issues, but when it comes to the issue of women, you must put him, bun him tintin one time, and walk one time. Respect of women must start at home, Madam Speaker. Man must play a pivotal role at home to show our sons to respect our girls and mothers at home. Women must be given special attention at home that will influence our sons in their approach to how they see women and girls. Madam Assistant Speaker, we talk too much about women's rights, but our action to protect and promote our women is yet to be seen in its serious form. If government is serious with this, it must now enact a special restraint to call to all men nationwide from being abusive with mistreatment of women. Madam Assistant Speaker, very recently, just last week, this Parliament passed the Christian bill. Are we really a Christian country when it comes to women's rights? And so this is something that we seriously have to take into consideration. Because suppose you be Christian true, as a Christian nation, you just have to go back and read Genesis chapter 2, verse 18, and you see God created woman to be a helper fit for a man. He has created us and brought women to be a helper for us. Not unfit for a man, but equal to be fit for man and for mankind's development. We have to, Madam Speaker, teach our menfolk and boys how to treat women, how to care for women, and how to love our women. Fathers seated around here, and those who are listening to my voice, we are equally blamed for the failure of mistreating our women. Plenty time, beginning man look, name is up the slapping man. We have just basically taught that kid how to treat the next woman. If we stop our nonsense of how we treat our women, right before our sons as they grow up, they'll treat the women differently. It is how we have brought our children up that has caused society to be where it is today. And I say this, you want a successful, good and strong nation, strengthen the home, the family, which is the foundation of every society. Families are the fabric of nations throughout history. Let me finally, on behalf of Mipla Law Opposition, if I may speak, and on behalf of us leaders seated here, say sorry for the mistreatment of our women in the past 50 years or more. I want to say sorry, and we apologize to our women that today is a time for change for you women. Attitude blah by Census, lo treating you blah. And we'll give you the honor, the rightful honor of being our wives and being mothers to our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker. God bless.
Thank you, Opposition Leader. Regional Member for Bougainville, now Minister Blanc Police.
Assistant Madam Speaker, me playing one peculiar role inside the government play you me. Was a regional member of Bougainville, me start as a minister. Two, because the arrangement play me one time special region of Bougainville. Me too like Eddie go this debate. Na me acknowledge him, big plan a good plan work. Governor, Honorable Governor Pakopi make him awesome chairman. Law Permanent Committee, Gender Equality, na Women Empowerment. Madam Assistant Speaker, me talk big plan look savel long all people blong Milo Bougainville, long all gata mama blong Port Moresby. Sati kam na so in presence blong all na support blong all. Lo disla tok mi give him blong all Mary, all pikini mama, na all young generations to come, all female blayumi. Debate blomi ami slightly different. Madam Assistant Speaker, me kisim this la time long. Me like extending talk sorry long opposition leader. Long all mama blayumi, all sisters blayumi. Particularly long all mama blomi go long Bougainville. Bougainville one special case because Bougainville and been experiencing civil unrest. Now inside long this last civil unrest, you been looking 10 years of blockade where you know been got access long service into Bougainville. And the repercussions of the blockade had a tremendous impact on our women and girls. If a young lady experienced, when she was at the age, if she's at the age of 18, long 89, today, after almost 35 years, she'll be at the age of 53. That means she's no longer a young mother, she's now a grandmother. If she was 21, she'll be 56 today. If she was born during that crisis, she'll be today. These women of Bougainville, because there are special, unique people in the region of Bougainville. During the blockade, they experienced gender-based violence. You talk rape, sexual offenses. You talk about an unstable condition of a family. During the blockade, they experienced it. They were disadvantaged with no education. No education. They were disadvantaged with no health. That is the reality of what had happened during that blockade and the impact it has had on our mothers and girls. They truly are a resilient women of the Pacific. Very different indeed. In addressing the needs of our women, I commend both the Papua New Guinea government and the ABG government in their wisdom in providing 3 special seats, reserved seats for women, which today we speak of in the floor. Bougainville has done that. To give that special extra touch to the needs of our mothers, to the needs of our women of Bougainville. Assistant Madam Speaker, Mikisin bisla time long, asking government blow me, Chairman go pass law disla talk long gender equality, long look long extra special care long all mama blow me, now all pikini Mary blow me blow Bougainville. Whether it's through education, give me good portion long institutions blow you pla. Whether it be through long or scholarship blow you may give more special scholarship long or students blow me. Whether I'm long healthcare, you may give them special attention long healthcare, particularly in the education space. Assistant Madam Speaker, me just like highlighting this extraordinary special attention that we must give to the women and girls of Bougainville. Thank you, Mr. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Police Minister. Governor Blong West New Britain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me to join him. All colleagues lo congratulate him. You lo elevation lo you lo. Sit down lo this la chair. What a moment that Madam Speaker is now chairing this meeting. I want to apologize to all our colleagues. I know you may all get frustrated. Also, time may delay na me like talk. Thank you lo government caucus lo allowing sampla lo me pla tu talk. Madam Assistant Speaker. Culture me come long memolsem. Also takulsem. It's very rare to born as human beings. And it is even rare, suppose you may know born olsem, you may got some kind of disability. And it is even rare that you born as a female, as a mother, as a female. You got to be really blessed to be born as a woman or girl. We come from a society, even we treat women even as a goddess. When we want to talk about wealth, we say goddess of wealth. When we want to talk about knowledge, we say goddess of knowledge, which is we call her as Saraswati. Goddess of wealth, we call her as Lakshmi, which means she who gives, wealth. So we treat our mothers even as we put them like equal to God actually. Madam Assistant Speaker, the other day when we were talking about in our grievance debate, I was mentioning something like a society that do not respect the mothers, the women, the role of a mother in the society, that society will be 100% destroyed. A society which do not respect the teachers and the society which do not or which undermines the roles of leaders. These three are the fundamentals. If we do not have a conscious mother, a devoted teacher, or a hardworking leader in the society, then who else will bring values to our society? Madam Assistant Speaker, this year, the global theme, for International Women's Day, the global theme was accelerate actions. So all Toklo, you may move faster, now you may work harder to be more deliberate in our efforts to achieve our gender equality and also our women empowerment. At this juncture, I wish to thank the Chairman for Permanent Parliament Committee, Governor Paul Spock, and his team and his committee members, for bringing these statements to allow Parliament to, debate on this statement on women empowerment and also our gender equality. Madam Assistant Speaker, crime against any women is not just a crime against an individual, but it's against our society, it's against our culture and our country's future. I do understand in our Melanesian culture, women are the backbone of our families and our communities and our nation. All the women are mostly our mothers, our sisters, our wives, who saw them feed him, educate him, and inspire our next generation. These are our mothers and sisters. Yet, Madam Assistant Speaker, despite their invaluable contribution, women in our country, they continue to face, systemic discrimination, violence, and inequality. There are many incidences where, even as a province, we experienced the incident about some rape cases. Madam Assistant Speaker, the shocking truth is all those suspects involved are below 18 years old boys. A minimal so mimi papa mama school mol disla all engpla pikinini lo respect na culture. This la am one clear signs also side law. You me as a community, it's a regression. Madam Assistant Speaker, we leaders also have to lead by example. There are so many cases of, the polygamy in our culture, the violence against women in our culture, because we are seeing the other women as our sisters and mothers. So that, brings I remember during our school time, they used to teach us to say when I was having my previous citizenship, all Indians are my brothers and sisters. They always teach in the school to look at every other woman, a girl, as your sister or as your mother. Sampla time, Madam Assistant Speaker, you too got sampla kind, this la kind feeling where you may got like low, this la kind outside. Then you must look him, put him face blow, mama blow, you may lo face blow this la Mary. Or you must put him this la, picking him Mary blow, you may put him face blow, him go this la Mary. I mean, how many leaders can put their hand on their heart and tell, tell honestly that they are not doing this? You may not care even Pikinini, I'm 16 years old or 15 years old, now this like and passing them start low, high level. This one should be, should be punished severely, Madam Assistant Speaker. You must have talk low, you must fear him God, low, side low, too. Madam Assistant Speaker, you must teach him all Pikinini also. Do not fear anyone, do not fear anything. Suppose you may like fear, you must fear him 1 plus something the soul. We all must fear of sin. You must pour it low, walk him sin. We must also love only one thing, that we must love only God. Our society must have this morality. Suppose you no got morality inside the society, then one name use blow this la society. When there is no morality in our society, Madam Assistant Speaker, then there will be no fear of sin. When there is no fear of sin, then there will not be any love for God or any love of God. We always tend to teach fear God. Actually, we should love God and we should fear of doing any sin, of sinful activities. Madam Assistant Speaker, I have no respect for criminals involving in rape cases of Paitimol Mary. That people can truly be called, even if it is unparliamentary language, they should be called as animals. Who, even, mino save animal tu save repimol narpla animal or Paitimol narpla animal, mino clear tu. Because animal you got 5 plus senses that's all, but you may got 6 plus senses, whether animals are working this like and passing way, I can compare them with animals, Madam Assistant Speaker. Because, Madam Assistant Speaker, big man me give him humilo this la rarest birth of being human. One difference namelo you mean animal, yeah? You mean save kai animal to save kai. You mean save sleep, animal to save sleep. You mean make him pikinini, animal to make him pikinini. You mean save defend time enemy come attack, you mean animal to save defend. So eating, sleeping, mating and defending, all got something I mean same the soul. So one difference namelo you mean animal. One plus difference as well, big man give him, you bless him, you milo, this la power of thinking, yeah. You may can think, animal you know think. You may got something also, you may talk intelligence or consciousness or this la something stop na. We are called as human beings and we are expected to behave differently because animal you got 5 senses na, you may got 6 plus senses. Madam Assistant Speaker, when time young pla, pikinini man, all disrespect him, Mary na, Paiti Mary. They are not just attacking any individuals, but they are attacking the very fabric of our society. Society that does not respect women, as I said, that society is regressing or that society will be destroyed, inevitably. Today, you may know, Sanaplo, lament the solo, these are challenges, and me are in plenty solutions where our leaders work offering. Today, we must call for action. We must call for urgent, collective, and sustained action. We must now act low, protecting all women and also to empower them and to ensure they can live with dignity, safety, equality. Madam Assistant Speaker, you must got zero tolerance approach. This is like gender-based violence. You must strengthen him all laws. You bring him all perpetrators. Bring them to justice. Now, you must give him this support service. All got this survivors. Me take him this opportunity. Thank you. All got volunteers who said all run him this Mary Safe House inside Western Britain, inside the whole country. Look out him all these victims because of this gender-based violences. You must address him to this root cause flow, this violence where you work this society where got this can pass in also toxic masculinity, harmful cultural practices. where society where Yumi Woklo, even all Papa Mama show him difference namel all Pikinini also all save, look out him all Pikinini man, one time more facilities than all Pikinini Mary. So this inequality must stop, even the parents should practice. Now to Yumi must empower him all Mama law, economic independence. So that all Pikinini, all Mama, you got access law, training law, SME, education, so all can, be independent. Time Mary Emi independent, then Emi no need law, depend law, month or so. Madam Assistant Speaker, sometimes it's very hard for us to even digest, suppose me throw my disla tok olsem. Yumi man na yumi like kisim tupla Mary, tripla Mary, fivepla Mary. Suppose Mary blow you kisim tupla man, tripla man, fivepla man. Yumi by agree. Yumi no agree. Discipline. Emi no blow Mary taso. You no can expect him discipline lo merita so. Mantu must got discipline. Mantu must got discipline. Suppose Yumi talk lo bring him this la equality. Madam Assistant Speaker, Yumi must build him this la sense of community that has been always the foundation of our Melanesian way of life. A minimal shame. We work together as men, women, and youth lo create him safe space lo al mama, so that we can challenge these harmful stereotypes and promote our gender equality at every level of our society. To the women of Papua New Guinea, I say this, you're not alone. Your strength, resilience, and contributions are the foundation of our society. We stand with you and we will fight for your rights, your safety, and your future. Lo algata mon lo Papua New Guinea too. The true measure of a man is not in his physical strength or dominance, but in his ability to respect, protect, and uplift the women in his life. Let us be the generation that breaks the cycle of violence and inequality. Madam Assistant Speaker, let us also be the generation that builds a society where every woman and girl can live with dignity and pride. Madam Assistant Speaker, I acknowledge all mothers, sisters, and my wife. Without my wife looking after the family, today I cannot stand here and present myself and representing my people, because somebody is looking after your family and your children. Amen. So you are here, you can speak your mind. Madam Assistant Speaker, we must have these stricter laws. Like, we cannot say that women too go to school, women too come up doctor, women too, this like and talk me harim lo sampla leaders. It is not a privilege. It is not a privilege. They have equal rights as we have. Madam Assistant Speaker, let us remember that the fight for gender equality is not just a women issue. It is a human issue, as described by the Chairman for Permanent Parliamentary Committee. It is a fight for justice, and it is a fight for progress, and it is a fight for the future of our nation. I will not even agree with the statement Honorable Sarpuka said. We, 50 years on, now we bring this issue. Thousands and thousands of years before even the women had that equal right, there are women authorities, women poets in every culture. Madam Assistant Speaker, as the global theme suggests, let us accelerate our action. Let us work together today, tomorrow, and every day to create Papua New Guinea where every woman and girl can feel safer. A true independence can come, as our Deputy Prime Minister said. Even in the middle of night, 12 p.m. or 1 a.m., a woman can walk freely, in any part of our country without being disturbed. Then we can call ourselves, we are truly independent. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Assistant Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Madam Assistant Speaker. Me like pass them through, look so long. All members, where you may sit down right through, long debate, giving support, long work, long chairman, committee members, long Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Gender Equality, Women Empowerment. I want to congratulate Governor Pakop and his committee for not just sourcing information and leading in that committee, but more importantly, bring this into the Parliament for us to raise and amplify what has become an epidemic or what has become a scourge among us, to address this issue once and for all. I want to prefix my statement in support with a question or two. Madam Assistant Speaker, will you or will I or will us, are we going to be here if it weren't for our women in our lives? Where will we be if there was no mother in our lives? My second question is, do you love your mother? I am sure all of us love our mother. I love my mother. She's the greatest woman in my life. I do pay respect to my wife, Rachel, who's in the public gallery. But my wife is important to me. But without my mother, she would not have me as a husband. So I do love my mom. And I currently have her in my house under my care. The point is, women are mothers. Mothers are mothers of human generation for life to carry on. Our society will not prosper, Madam Deputy Assistant Speaker, if men don't respect women. In fact, our society degenerates and will die if women continue to be attacked and feel unsafe. God, our Creator, in His wisdom, created man first. He pronounced that we must create man or humankind in our own image, Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 to 28. And he pronounced, be fruitful and multiply. I am not a pastor, but I'd just like to point some reference to Scripture, because we all believe we come from God and PNG. Last week we promulgated the fact that we are a Christian country, and most of us, over 98% of us, in one way or another, find affinity to a church. We claim to be Christians. And I want to point back, it's rightfully so. God, the Creator, gives us life, and we are here because of God. Chapter 2, God said, let us, chapter 2, verse 7, God made Adam from the dust. So Adam was first to be created. Verse 8 of chapter 2, God put man in the garden to work. Verse 15, God gives work to man. But later in verse 18, God again says, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make a helper. And I'd like to, that is a commentary that my brother, the opposition leader, made mention. So woman was introduced after man was made first. When there was a feeling of loneliness, when there was a feeling, God purposely, was God stupid? God, in His wisdom as creator, made Adam first so that Adam can feel loneliness. Adam can feel the need for a helpmate. And then God pronounced in verse 18 of chapter 2, let us make a helper. Women are helper. Women are helpmate. And so, in verse 19, if you read on, God says, but for Adam, Adam needs a suitable helper. So God did not create another male. God did not pick from the dust as He made Adam out of to create the woman. He could have. He could have completely picked from the dust a new clay, shaped into a woman and presented. But God, in His deliberate act of creation, rested Adam in verses 21 and 22 from the ribs, sourced the biological material to construct the woman. And verse 23, God became the first wedding celebrant to officiate at the wedding of Adam, presents Eve to Adam and says, Adam, this is your helpmate. And Adam pronounces in verses 23, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of me. Papua New Guinea, go lotu lo sarare na Sunday na harem displagut. Next verse, we like reading. Verse 24. Verse 24. That is why man leaves his father and mother and is united to his wife, and they become one flesh. Did you get this? I'm not a pastor. Did you get this? Not woman leaving her parents, but man leaving his parents and becomes family to the woman. They become one. Man sets up a new family. Man, the leader, establishes new community, new family. Today, for how many men out there who feel you are loyal to your tribe over your woman, you are not practicing biblical standard. Women come first, not your tribe. You leave your parents, you leave a tribe, you become one with your flesh. The symbolic one flesh, the asymmetrical of your oneness, that you become one. You're loyal to the woman first. You see, when Eve picked the fruit, I go on to Genesis chapter 3. Again, I qualify. I'm not pastor, but I do read. In Genesis chapter 3, when Eve picked the fruit, Eve committed the first sin. Guess who, Madam Assistant Speaker, God came looking for? Did God ask Adam, Eve, where are you? In verse 9 of chapter 3, God says, Adam, where are you? Adam, where are you? To all the sons of Papua New Guinea, there was wisdom behind that generation who wrote our national anthem over 50 years, this time 50 years ago, that says, "Overrise all his sons of Papua New Guinea." I sometimes wonder before, this is a skewed national anthem. It has no place for girls and daughters. Just talks about a son. Madam Speaker, I put to you and to this House, the rationale of overrise all his sons cannot be more clearer, more truthful, more necessary today, that the sons of this country are the biggest cause of stress to the sisters, to the women, and to the daughters of our country 50 years on. The greater propensity in the balance of things, more stress on society is caused by sons than daughters of this country. How true it is that sons of this country must now rise up. All rise, holy sons, under the shade of our 50th anniversary celebration that is coming on September 16th. It is time, 6 months from today, we will be celebrating September 16th. It is time today that all sons of this country, starting with me, you, us in this House, look within before looking out. Because the society, the first government was a family government. The first government was a family government. Adam, Eve, and then their children. So it is time now we look in. I want to point to us, the authentic Papua New Guinea culture was never bad. The authentic Papua New Guinea culture was never bad, both in our paternalistic and maternalistic societies that exist. We upheld a special place for women. If you look at the eastern part of our country, where, for instance, Bougainville, most part of the Milne Bay Islands, New Ireland, a greater part of East New Britain, the eastern part of our country were maternal society. They placed women as leaders. You know, some say wise people come from the east. So I think the fathers before them were wiser on the eastern part of our country. Women held assets. more so land. Women had land rights. Women were leaders. Women had the final say in society. The maternalistic part of our country had special place for women. About 20 to 30% of our country traditionally had women leadership. The balance of our country, those of us interland and west, also had respect for women. In my own Huli society, the Hulis die for women. They fight over women because women are assets. Women sit down the house, marry stop the house, man got pick of making work. Man kiss him strong of making work. So the Hulis are common saying, Hulis die for land, women, and pigs. So women were important. They never abused women. In the pure, authentic, traditional culture of Papua New Guinea, both paternalistic and maternalistic society, women were held in sacred awe by men and society. So what is happening now in the midst of our quest to be independent and our continued march going on almost 50 years, are we losing the plot? I want to point to you in my own life. Madam Speaker, I'm not a good reflector and example, but I just want to point to you in my own life from a holy man's perspective. In my own life, I have women supporters. They voted for me the greatest. Since 2002, in my first election, women were a great part of my support base. My sisters, my cousin sisters, my aunties supported my childhood, my youthful life, and right up to political life. I acknowledge them. My wife has been a helpmate since I first met her in 1995. Sacrificed their own life as a qualified, certified practicing accountant, holding master's degree on the side, sacrificed their own life the last 20 years to support me in my career as a politician. And of course, the greatest woman in my life, my mother, who inputted every ounce of her strength to ensure I become the man I am with the right characters and with the right attributes. Today, I am what I am, mostly assisted by women in my life. My friends and my supporters, my sisters and my cousins, my mother, my wife, and now my adult daughter, who supports me, giving her time and the knowledge and assists me in the quest of my work. Our society will not be where we are if we sons of this country do not respect our mother and our women. They play indelible part in shaping the construct of each and every one of us wherever we are. Most times we do not acknowledge them. 50 years on, the call is no more greater, no more needed, no more timelier, no more urgent than now. We must act now, as this year's theme puts it to us. To defer action is to pass on the burden to the next generation, and the snowballing effect is bigger. Today I sat and listened to all sides speaking in a bipartisan approach. Governor Baird spoke very well. Opposition leaders spoke very well. Sepp Puka spoke very well on the other side, and all of us on this side. Together, we must resolve that in the face of our 50th, we must make concrete step towards a reset that should start September 16 this year, running to September 15 next year. The 50th anniversary of our nationhood must see a reset where men, sons of this country, places women interest first and foremost and secure them from lawlessness and abuse. I propose the following, Madam Assistant Speaker. tougher law against violence of women. Today, Governor Baird did indicate to us that a law we passed 2 years ago is now being exercised by the judiciary. I've received advice that tougher laws must be passed still. There's room for us to increase tougher laws against those who exercise any form of violence against a woman. We pass in this parliament before September 16 and right up to September 16. My second recommendation is free education for all our women. Studies show that a society with educated women yields national dividend. Society prospers. It simply puts, the woman is the mother of the base of society. If she's educated, she passes on education to her children. Fortunately for me, I had a mother at the time, she was only up to grade 3. My father was never educated, so she used a grade 3 education to bake and cook and assist my dad in his mission work. I benefited from a woman who had a basic education, was able to teach me basic fundamentals early on in my life. That's why I propose free education for our girls. As education minister in 2010, I proposed the first education subsidy in our country. Today, we're rolling out big-time free education. And this one I propose, even to higher education, all forms of education, all daughters of this country must have access to fund for free education for them. I propose, thirdly, having listened to all, I want to commend our Labour Minister, safer workplace for our women. On equal, meritorious term, women must have same workplace condition and a safer place for them. I propose a fourth proposal, easier women access to credit finance so that very micro business, small business, medium business, and big business, women of our country must be given easier access to credit finance. Of course, men too. But for those women who want to go the next mile, we must support. Third one I propose, Madam Assistant Speaker, safer election process, 2029, including us, this Parliament, looks into the provisions of Section 101, subsection 1C, and Section 102. There are provisions for special appointed members. We need not to wait or debate. We can make special move in this 11th Parliament. And part of our appreciation to our women folk in our country, find a fairest way to bring appointed members into this Parliament so that they could be advocate with us on women's rights as well as other country issues going forward. I put this to this House. I put also other laws that we can look at. You know, sometimes we hide behind Section 5 of our 5 principles of national goals, and we say Papua New Guinea ways. But some Papua New Guinea ways can be made redundant, especially the bad ways. Sanguma, polygamy, all this. There's no utility in polygamy in a modern world today. Polygamy is a big cause. Polygamy is a big cause for society disturbances. These are some things that we must look within, so we look out. Some of these things can be done. Maybe limiting number of children so that families are responsible. 3 children, 4 children per family. These are things that we could look at, other subsidy laws that anchor the fundamental pillar in our society, and that is strengthening the family unit. And of course, lastly but not the least for this time, police prosecution. I've already given instruction clearly. The police minister and police commissioner that there must be a special registry path and prosecution path for any offense against women. It must not be part of everyday crime reporting. A special path. A woman, if she has an issue, it must be prosecuted in a special path. And I thank I took note and I wrote down the point referenced by Governor of East Sepik on sometimes cases being withdrawn. We'll look into the recommendation that it can become, or it must become, a police matter instead of a complainant matter. I want to close by saying today's sons must rise up and get rid of this scourge, fight this scourge, this pandemic or epidemic of violence against women. Women are not our enemy, they're not your enemy. They are your mother, mother of your country, the helpmate of men. For this country to prosper, all men, not just the Prime Minister, all men, right down to the basic leadership unit in society, which is the family, the head of the family. Don't wait for the Prime Minister or Governor Pakop or the police minister or the police commissioner. But all men, and I repeat, all men must respect women. It is simple as that. It is simple as that. I had the honor of being called by the Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, the great-grand chief, rather, to his house 11 days before he passed. On 14th of February 2021, I received this extraordinary call to go and visit him. And I went, and he pronounced his prognosis. The doctors had told him that he was fading. And in that meeting outside his foyer, his 4 older children were with him. We talked. And I was moved, shaken. And after I finished, I said, "Sir, I will have to try and organize your Medivac, etc." He refused. And before I left, he stood up and said, "Prime Minister, before you leave, I'd like to invite you into my room to give respect to Lady Veronica." So he himself opened the door, took me into the inner sanctum of the privacy of his room. Now, my brother Arthur Somare went with me inside, and he ran behind and sat behind Lady Veronica. And I asked Arthur, then I knew I was speaking to a dying man. I asked Arthur to record that piece of conversation on my phone. He sat behind Lady Veronica, and needless to say what I record of his last conversation with me. But I came out from that meeting, and especially his inner contact with Lady Veronica, because Lady Veronica, God bless her, she's still alive. We wish her a long life. She's our first lady, and I continue to wish her a long life, as well as all the spouses of the former prime ministers that has passed. The lesson I learned was simply this: my brothers who are leaders in this house, and of course sister. But I deliberately keep her out, the sisters out, to my brothers. Foundation of leadership starts in your family. Whilst we talk far and wide, but right from your family, right through. St. Michael, the one who matters most was Lady Veronica. He could have allowed me to leave out after speaking to his own children and allowed me to walk out the porch into my car. Why would he take me into his inner sanctum? He runs behind Lady Veronica, sits behind Lady Veronica, and he spoke to me the last words. He was someone I looked up as role model for leadership. For him, his beloved wife was not just a wife, but partner. Not just a childbearer, but helpmate and soulmate for his life and her life. Together gave him the Michael Thomas Somare we knew that saved our country from 1968 to 2017. To the sons of this country, if Somare can teach us, if our culture respects women, if our constitution compels us to respect women, if God our Creator teaches us to respect women, If a national anthem sings to us to rise up, it is about time. At the 50th anniversary of our country, all sons of this woman, my sister aside, all sons of women of our country, all sons of this country, it is about time we take leadership from our home, respecting our wives, wherever you are. I put to us, first step is back in a home. First step is back in a home. For respecting home collected by every man, the sum of it is a respect of women in our country and the positive effect on passing on to the next generation. Our children, our sons who grow under our shade will know that our fathers respect our mothers. We too must respect our wives, and successive generation will grow into the habit of respecting women amidst us. At the 50th anniversary of our country, we stare in the face of these challenges, but it can be overcome. I want to ask all of us, put our laws correctly. Let's prosecute every man who chooses to offend a woman. And Mr. Police Minister and Mr. Police Commissioner, the special task is to make sure prosecution of everyone who offends a woman is made at haste. Our society will prosper if all of our sons and husbands respect our mothers, our daughters, our sons, our women amongst us. In 2019, I made a fundamental statement when I became Prime Minister. A measure of success of my leadership, our generation of leadership together, will be measured when my daughter is able to walk safely in Morocco in 2029. Today, at 2025, Morocco is not yet safe. Governor Pakov and myself are working on a safe city, but Morocco is still not yet safe. I am under the pump. We got 4 more years to go. But it is not just about 4 more years. It is this generation taking ownership of what we must do and shaping for the better. I want to conclude by saying not all has been bad too in the last 50 years. Right after independence, as I conclude, we had the Honorable Josephine Abaja and the Honorable Nauruni becoming member in 1977. 2 years after independence. Just to give you some context to all our sisters and mothers here and all our brothers here and listening right across our country, Australia took, you know how long it took Australia to have first woman? 43 years. 43 years for the first woman to be elected as member of parliament. For us, it just took 2 years. And the first woman elected into Australian parliament, two senators. So not bad. For us, just 2 years. We had Nauruni, who became Somalia's minister, and of course, Dame Abaja. And since then, there were a few parliaments without women, but we've always had a stack of women with us. Today, 3 strong women leaders amidst us. 1 a minister, 1 a governor, 1 currently sitting for the first time in the chair that has been set by men up till today. And so women are qualified leaders. We've had women participating in leadership. We've already had women becoming doctors, becoming pilots, becoming accountants. Recently, I flew in a plane that had all women crew, 2 women pilots and 2 flight attendants, all women crew. I was so proud. I was sitting in a plane flown by Papua New Guinea daughters and had women crew. We got Papua New Guinean daughters who also served at the highest internationally. Dave Meg Taylor, one of them. Today, Winnie Kiap serves internationally also in the Commonwealth Organization. Our own daughter today, Mary Fowler, plays international soccer. Our daughter Dika Tau makes me continuously proud all the time when she lifts the weight. She made history by becoming first Olympian to have served 5 successive Olympics in the sport of weightlifting. So, you know, amidst all our ups and downs, we still have moments of joy in between where our ladies have shown light in our society. But I want to close by saying much work remains, and at the 50th anniversary of our nationhood, we must make reset. Policy and legislation and prosecution as fundamental resets that we can do in this House, but in society, you don't need policy, legislations, and prosecution. In society, our Christian ethos and our Melanesian worldview must take precedence and dominance in our life. As a Tari man, let me conclude. If a Tari man like me, and I want to say again, it's the second time I'm saying it here, but on an important occasion like this, our leader is fully under the spotlight, and so I must say my own experience. I parted way with a woman in my life in 1997 with no qualms. She decided to choose another man. I came down. She wanted to come back to school. I was in Tari. I supported her to come to school. She decided to find another man. I came down. We shook hands at Hola Police Station. You want this man? You can go, and I moved on in my life. Now, if a society that is known by Papua New Guineans that men do cause violence, if a Tari man like me can forgive a woman, she's a daughter of her own parents, she's a sister of her own siblings, she happened to be mother of my son. I said, you like the new man? We part on fair terms. I had to let her go, with no abuse on her. That is my story to all sons of this country. Give respect to the woman in your home, in your family, in your neighborhood. This simple thing, when we do together, we create a safer society and our country can prosper. Time all mama belong ground, mama belong society, mama belong place. All is sinaw ante bel hamamas, country blimba grow. All you know sinaw the bel hamamas, my mistake yet na stop lawyer. Thank you too much. One time this plan, me like Madam Speaker, Madam Assistant Speaker, me clear some plenty like Dr. Get. Now me like ask him, I say, me put him this plan on notice, stop yet. Tomorrow Dr. can continue. But because I'm last time me Dr. is issue for the moment, I just want to say to all our mothers and all our women and all our daughters of Papua New Guinea, we are sorry. We are sorry. If we, in any way, shape, and form, have offended you and to the relatives of the deceased, of those daughters who have passed on, who are grieved today, I just want to say, we are sorry. We are sorry. And I seek your forgiveness. But having said this, it calls for action now, and I want to commit in this Parliament that stronger legislations and stronger police prosecution and other laws that need to assist the fundamental at the family level in the year of reset from this onward to September 15th, 2026, I propose this Parliament to look into it seriously. May God bless the mothers of our country. May God bless Papua New Guinea.
Members of the House, the question is that the debate be adjourned. Those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Those against it? No, God. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam Assistant Speaker, we like to thank you, you leading this very important debate today. We like reminding both House after we rise, we will. Sorry, me like talk thank you long, Madam Assistant Speaker, long you chairing this important debate. And me like reminding both sides of the House that we will continue with information session after we adjourn. With that, Assistant Madam Speaker, I move that the Parliament do now adjourn until tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Honorable House, the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Those against it? The ayes have it. I think that this is the time me like to thank you past them. Long all geta, all mama sinan lo here, all geta all pikini. Me to thank you that you come lo here, lo come witness him live. Not all geta mama in up long look him na you feel him me platok lo here. But thank you for coming in today. That was a very special session lo you mama. You had him all geta all bratablo you sinan lo here, all your members of parliament, all tok one them Iwara. To the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea and to the Deputy Prime Minister, thank you for the first time you play. Come, let me debate him good through. Let me tell him talk good through. Long heavy, and all get up picking Mary, all get a mama, you walk lo feel him inside. Long this la country, missing down lo here, me Iwara. But at the same time, we talk thank you, long lady Rachel. Thank you for choosing today to come inside long chamber. Now you come sit down one time, me plol mama, now susable you, now bubu Mary blow you inside long parliament, long Papua New Guinea. Honorable members, I adjourn the parliament until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.